Hi, I'm Michal Malevich, and yes, this is true. This whole 4-hour-long course is going to be completely free right now, and you can watch it in this video, all 4 hours of it. This has been my very first video course that went live in late 2020, and nearly 4,000 people got it, earning around $71,000. All of this is now coming free to this YouTube channel. This is because I promised that all of my beginner UI and UX design courses will be slowly becoming free in 2025, and it's happening right now. The more views and likes and comments this course gets, the faster I will publish part 2, and then obviously the next one, and the next one, and the next one. There are some exceptions, however. My boring courses, my web design courses, and the newest blueprint course are not going to be free. Everything else is gradually going to be right here, completely free for you though. Before we begin, keep in mind that this course teaches you how to think like a designer. It's not using auto layout, it's not using some of the newer features on purpose, because the whole goal of it is to teach you the high-level things, so then when you enable auto layout, when you enable components and other things like that, you're gonna be even better. This course has also helped a confirmed number of 137 people get their first job. That number is probably higher, but these are the people that sent me emails and comments about it. It's pretty transformational, and it's a great start into UI design. If you're more advanced, I suggest you go get my Square Block Blueprint course that's aimed at seniors and mid-level designers, because this is my best work to date. This course is handled in Sketch, but it's done in a way where you can follow it in Figma, Penpot, Lunacy, or any other design tool because it's tool independent. Second part of this course, about going high fidelity, is done in Figma to show you that switching tools is pretty easy. And when that second part comes, it's all up to you. And once you finish the course, go to hype4.academy, create an account, and start our daily UI challenge to put all that experience and knowledge into practice and join almost 30,000 people that are already learning on the platform. And yes, it also has a free account. Let's go! Hi, welcome to the first part of my UI design course. The goal for this course is to show you the most important ground rules for designing mobile apps. And sure, some small details differ between the platforms, but in reality, they are surprisingly similar to each other. Before we begin, please keep in mind that this is the very basics of UI design course. So we won't be using a lot of fancy shadows and effects here. I will only use a couple of the basic functionalities that you can find in any design tool. My goal with this course is to give you a solid foundation to the most fundamental thing in any kind of design, which is the layout and the grid. Based on my observations, this is also the biggest problem that many junior designers are facing. By the time you finish the course, you'll learn the rule of proximity and how to use it to your advantage to design beautiful, usable, and most of all, readable interfaces. In this course, I will show you just one rule of setting up the grid and the layout that I think is the best for beginners. There are of course many other methods to do this, and the most notable one is the golden ratio rule. We will cover the golden ratio in another course, but feel free to read about it on your own. Because once you know one method well, it's very easy to actually transfer all that knowledge to a different method and experiment with it. This is what I mean when I'm talking about the solid foundation of app design, and this is what we're gonna learn. For all of my designs in this course, I will be using just a couple of very basic functionalities of Sketch, which is a macOS design tool. But don't worry, if you're using Figma, Adobe XD, Lunacy, or any other design tool or any other platform, you won't have any problems following along because all of the functionalities that I'll be using exist very similarly in all of those tools. We will use typography, simple shapes like rectangles and ovals, masking, which is probably the most difficult part of this entire course, and colors and gradients, and that's it. This is all about the fundamentals, and those fundamentals are important to actually build upon. And these are more than enough to create a beautiful interface. If you haven't used the design tool before, I also created a playground session, which is gonna be a very short video in Sketch, Figma, and Adobe XD, so 3 videos. and each of them will explain you the very basic how you press R to draw a rectangle, how you can hold the shift to make it a square, how to change the color or how to move the position. So these are like the basics of the basics. So if you're a beginner and you want to start this course, start with those tool videos first. You'll learn how to do some basic elements and basic objects that we'll be using throughout this entire course. But if you already know how to draw a rectangle, change the color of it, change the outline or disable the outline or move it around the canvas, you should be fine with this course. You will have exactly 1 year from the date of purchase to finish the final assignment, so you don't have to hurry, but of course the market is not gonna wait for you. If you follow my instructions precisely and if you're thorough in your review process at the end before submitting, you shouldn't have a problem with getting the passing score. Just remember to check every single little detail, because that's what design is about. The details. Ready? Let's go. Based on my university classes, online feedback sessions, and analyzing the projects from other courses, I found out a couple of the most important problems found in UI design. In this section, I will simply go through them and briefly mention potential solutions. We will be doing all of these the right way in the practical part of the course later. This list of the most common problems is just for you to understand what to focus on if you want to improve your previous work. Number 1. Things are either too big or too small. That can include all the elements or just some of them. It's bad when they're too big, but it's even worse when they're too small on a mobile device, because the minimum size of something you want to comfortably tap with your finger is around 44 by 44 points. Having a button that is 40 by 20 can be very frustrating for your users. When in doubt, it's always better to increase the size of things and the distances between them. It's the safer way. Of course, an overblown layout with huge icons will also look bad, so here are a couple of super quick tips for mobile devices. Most UI icons can fit within a 44 by 44 square, and they shouldn't exceed half the size of it. There are some cases when this is not true, but when in doubt, just use this rule. Most buttons should be at least 40 points high, 44 is optimal and 48 even better. Mobile devices have smaller screens than our computers, so making things bigger and the screen less cluttered will make it easier for us to understand what we're looking at, and it's gonna be a lot easier to use and comfortably tap with your finger. Fonts are all over the place. Typography is difficult. Even after 20 years of designing, I can't say that I mastered it in any way. But that's normal, that's okay. What you should understand about fonts is not to go crazy with them. For the first year or two, you should design using only a small selection of fonts and only exceed them if your client requires to use their custom font. For everything else, you just use the font from the list. You can find the list in the extra PDF that comes with the course. For that first year of design practice, also avoid font pairing, whenever possible. Try to work with just one font in one product. It will make it easier for you to get comfortable. Now let's talk about font sizes and weights. The rules are simple here. If you're a beginner, avoid fonts that are thin or light. Start with regular for the main content and heavier ones for the titles. As for the size, the best range is between 12 and 40 points. But 40 should really be reserved for onboarding titles or very important information. Most of the interface can be done using fonts between 12 and 24. You can use 32 or 40 for those super important things. On the other side of the spectrum, don't ever go below 12, as smaller fonts are very hard to read on mobile devices and it simply doesn't look good. A good safe area for the font size of some larger blocks of text, like the body copy, is between 14 and 16 points. We will explore how to use fonts while making our mobile app together later. Buttons and other objects have bad alignment. If I had $1 for every time I noticed something like that, I'd be jumping into a pool full of cash right now. This is one of the most common problems, but in this section let's focus on just one thing: buttons. Buttons are the most important part of an interface for a reason. They usually allow you to take the desired action, be it posting something, buying, or taking a photo. They are super important and you need to do them right. The most common issue with buttons is that the label or the text inside the button is not exactly in the center of it. This is something you have to pay special attention to. You can use the red square method shown in another part of this course to do that. So whatever you do, center the text on buttons, both horizontally and vertically. Another common issue is too little white space. When the button is nearly full width of the screen, that's okay. But when you're making a smaller button, always make sure that you can fit an extra W on each side of your text, done in the same font. The optimal margin is having 2 W's on the sides and 1 on top and the bottom. Colors. Colors, like typography, are difficult. There are 2 ways they can go wrong. You can either go with very subtle pastel colors, then end up with low contrast and reduced accessibility, or you can go extreme with highly saturated colors that clash. Most junior designers, especially after doing low fidelity wireframes, are drawn to the colors. They want to have everything colorful, and in most cases this ends really badly. Your first apps should just use 3 colors: an accent color like blue, white for the backgrounds, and a very dark gray with a hint of that accent color that will be used for fonts. That's it. Once you'll feel comfortable with that palette, you can add another accent color to the next app. This is what we're going to do in our app design exercise later. When picking the colors, it's best to avoid ones that clash. One example is placing red next to green or blue. As you can see, it looks quite jarring and the edge between the colors starts to get fuzzy. This is clashing. If you see this effect with other colors, avoid using them together. The safe choice is around the middle 70 or 80% of the color spectrum. When you get comfortable and do a couple of apps or websites with colors in this range, you can start experimenting with going outside of it. Experienced designers can make most colors look good, but it's not easy, so try to stick to the safe path first. Icons. The last thing on our shortlist is the icons that you use. The rule here is simple. They all need to come from the same set. If you're using icons from different sets that are in different styles, it's going to look badly and inconsistent. Consistency is important down to the little details of an icon, like how rounded the corners of it are, or how thick is the stroke if you're using outline icons. When you have 2 icons with even a slight difference in these 2 aspects, even if they're very similar in style, they will look out of place. With icons, consistency is key. We went through some of the biggest issues in UI design, and of course I will be talking about them more with examples while designing our app. But I wanted to give you a heads up so you can understand that you can start noticing these things yourself. You need to learn to see these details in everything, and you need to be able to see when something is not right. That comes with time, of course, but knowing what to look for is going to help a lot too. Layout and structure are one of the most important parts of a good interface design. This is what most junior designers do wrong, and it's also why it's important to try and do it right. There are many ways to set a grid in mobile apps, and many of them are worth exploring, but for this course I picked one that I think will benefit you the most. It's a combination of the red square method and a block framing exercise. The goal for this method is to make sure we have consistent spacing between all of the on-screen objects and that all the distances help with proper hierarchy and structure. Block frames are simple but colorful, rectangular representations of text, images, and other UI objects. They are not wireframes, however, because in this exercise we have to be super precise. The goal for it is to understand that layout mostly comes from aligning simple rectangles, even when they're text blocks, buttons, or other controls. The red square method is an alignment technique that I created that works great for mobile apps. In short, we create a couple of red squares with different sizes based on our future grid. For this exercise, we will use an 8-point base grid. So our squares will be 4, 8, 16, 24, and 32. To properly show hierarchy between objects, we need to understand that the distances between sections should be the larger squares, and the distances within the sections should be the smaller ones. This is a rule called proximity, which means that objects closer to one another are naturally understood as a group. Okay, now let's take it for a spin and do a quick block framing exercise. We'll start by creating a new frame or artboard by pressing the A key and choosing the iPhone 12. You can double-click the layer name on the left to change the name, and it's important to always change the name as you start. Now press the R key to select the rectangle tool and holding the Shift key draw a square. Then in the panel on the right, modify the size of it so it's gonna be 16 by 16 and change the color to red. You can pick any red you want. Now copy this square and paste it just below, and then modify the size to 24 by 24. And do this again with another square that's gonna be 32 by 32. Now you can drag your cursor across them to select all of them and then simply drag them outside of the iPhone frame. Now select the largest one and drag it back into the frame and position it so it's touching the left side of it. Then copy and paste it and place it on the right side. Now press R to select the rectangle tool and draw a rectangle that's between those two squares. And if your rectangle has both a fill or a background and a stroke or a border, then turn the border off. Don't worry about the height and the background color of your rectangle. It doesn't matter for now. What matters is that it fits exactly between those two squares, and then you can remove one of them and move the other one outside of the frame again. Once again, using the rectangle tool, I'm gonna create a new rectangle. This time it's gonna be a lot darker, so you can pick a darker color, and also you can pick any color that you like, so it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna pick black. And then I'm gonna change the height of this new rectangle to 40. And for almost all of the objects that I create, I will try to pick a height that you can easily divide by 8, because 8 is gonna be our base number. Then you duplicate that rectangle so you can copy and paste it and change the value for the height to 16. Now copy and paste that smaller one and move it down. And we can create another line by copying it again and moving it down again. And this time, just in case, I'm gonna move every one of them down a little bit so the distance between them is 4 points. But you can also do this later, so don't worry. And I'm gonna modify the color so it differs from the main one. Now select all of those smaller rectangles. You can do it holding the Shift key and move them down. And now let's create a much larger rectangle that's the same width as the main rectangle and a little bit shorter. Then pick a new color for that rectangle, because that's gonna represent a photo on top of a card. So pick any color that's different than the background. Now take that larger 32 by 32 square and place it on the right side of our image. Then duplicate it and stack them on top of each other to create the proper height for our photo. And that's about it. So I'm just gonna decrease the height of the photo to match those squares. And then we can remove all of them but one and then move that one right outside the canvas again. That way the height of the photo is gonna be consistent with all of our spacings and all of our margins, and that's gonna look really good. Now move those smaller squares a little bit higher, then duplicate the larger one of them, copy and paste, and then move it down. And this is gonna be our button. So let's modify the color as well to something a little bit more vibrant, and I am using 50 here instead of 48, so 50 is not really dividable by 8, but that is on purpose so you can see that some of these objects are not gonna be that easily aligned, but we still have to find a way to actually place them on the canvas well. You can of course always increase the background rectangle to fit the content. So now let's start placing the squares inside. And since the outside margin is 32, let's make the inside margin for the card 24. So drag the 24 square and then adjust every object to touch it on the left side. And when you're done with this side, move it to the right side and then adjust the width again. The goal is to have 24 points of spacing on every side inside the card. And now let's use that same principle to define the space from the photo to the title or to the first rectangle that we have here. So I'm gonna drag our 24 square to the top, and as you can see we need to move that black rectangle down. The black rectangle and the 3 light blue rectangles underneath it are part of one group. So to show it better, we're gonna use the 16 square to show the distance between them, and as you can see I made it right kind of on instinct, but if yours wasn't 16 then just move it up. The button however is usually a separate group because it's an action, so you can actually use 32 as the distance between the button and the text. And then 24 is gonna be our bottom distance, so the distance from the bottom of the button to the bottom of the card. And I'm gonna place a couple more of those red squares so we can see that all the distances are now properly aligned. Now this part is completely optional, but I'm gonna color match the photo color to the rest. So I'm just gonna pick one of the colors and make a gradient out of it. And I'm also gonna change that black color to a much darker desaturated shade of blue. This exercise is all about the alignment, so it's really all about the squares. But whenever you can, you should try working on instinct and modify the colors to actually match themselves. Now let's add another rectangle in the very middle of our button. This time let's make the height of it 20, and the width of it doesn't really matter because that's gonna represent the label or the text on our button. So let's change the color to white, and if it has a border, then remove the border. While having this selected, you can press the Alt key and hover over the blue button, and then you can see how far this white box is from every edge of the blue button. And whatever you do, all of those numbers always have to be the same. So from the top and from the bottom, the distance has to be the same, and then from the left and the right, it has to be the same as well. So at least 2 different number values. Now for the next part, we're gonna need a couple more of those squares, so I'm gonna change their colors slightly. The 24 by 24 point ones are gonna be a little bit lighter, the 32 one is gonna be the standard red, and then the 16 one is gonna be a darker shade of red. But you can pick any shades, the goal is for them to be different. Now press T on the keyboard to select the text tool and click somewhere next to those squares, and then write 32 by 32, change that font color to white, and then you can copy it, paste it, and then 24 by 24, copy, paste, 16 by 16. When working on larger projects, this is going to be a helpful way for you to easily identify the right distance and the right squares. But for this exercise, we're also gonna need an 8 by 8 size and an 4 by 4. So I'm quickly gonna duplicate it and change their colors a little bit. And as you can see, the distance between the lines in that smaller text is gonna be 4 by 4. So that way we actually used up every little part of our 8-point grid. Now click on the name of the artboard or the frame, and then copy and paste it again. And of course remember to change the name. Most apps right now have rounded corners, so we're gonna add rounded corners to our block frames as well, so you can see that it still keeps all of the alignment and the necessary information intact. So I'm just gonna round the corners to about 8 points for the main card, and then I'll select the photo, I'll press enter, and I'll drag only across the top here to select just the 2 corners on the top. And I'm gonna change this radius to 8 again. So as you can see, only the 2 top corners are changed, the 2 bottom ones are still sharp, and that's how we want it. And then let's change the corner radius for all of the other elements as well. But because they're inside and we want them to look good comparing to the rest of the card, the border radius here should be smaller, so I'm just gonna select 4. And once everything is in place, you can remove the helper squares. Then select the button and change the corner radius to 4. And the text inside can be a little bit different because we also want it to actually stand out. So I'm just gonna select this and change the value to 8. Now we're gonna add a little bit of fidelity to the block frame. So I'm gonna select the photo first, and then I'm gonna bump up the colors a little bit so they're a little bit more saturated and a little bit better looking. Now I'm gonna select the card and I'm gonna add a drop shadow to it. In Figma, you just go to Effects and add an effect, and then the first one is gonna be the shadow. Then for the shadow color, I'm gonna pick the blue that we have on the top photo, and then modify the Y and the blur value. So the Y value is gonna be 16 and the blur is gonna be 32. And then you can modify the saturation of the color, so it's not gonna be as blue, to a lower value. And finally, you can decrease the opacity of the shadow like we did in that very first exercise on shadows. And once we have a nice soft shadow, we can modify the card color and make it white. Now let's also add a gradient to our buttons. So I'm just gonna select 2 colors that are similar shades of blue. One of them is gonna be a little bit lighter and the other a little bit darker. And then I'm gonna drag the handle to a diagonal position. So one of them is gonna start in the bottom left corner and the other one is gonna end in the top right corner. Of course, you can always go with a top to bottom gradient, but I believe that those diagonal ones actually make it look a little bit more real. Now let's zoom in a little bit and let's add a shadow to our button. Shadows are really important because if a rectangle has a shadow, it's much easier to identify it as a button. And once again, we work with multiples of 8, so the Y value is gonna be 4, the blur is gonna be 8, and the spread is gonna be -2. And then go to the colors and pick one of the darker blue colors, but then you can also make it a little bit more blue. That's gonna make it a nice soft shadow that actually comes from the color of the button itself, and then decrease the opacity a little bit. If you want the button to stand out a little bit more, you can modify the Y value to 8 and then blur to 16. It's pretty much a good practice to have the blur value of at least twice the value of the Y. And there you have it. This is the main principle behind block framing and the red square method. And as you can see, even though these are all very simple shapes, these elements look really well aligned, and it shows especially in the example on the right because it has a little bit higher fidelity. Once you start using real objects like real buttons and real text and real images, you need to always have this mindset at the back of your head. So you always need to start with this idea that everything needs to be perfectly aligned. And these squares, combined with the knowledge that everything is a rectangle here, are gonna help you do just that. Now select the very first frame by clicking on top of it and then copy and paste it. Rename it to exercise number 3, and then let's modify it a little bit. So first of all, let's select the picture that we had and change it to 60 by 60. And then we can remove the background completely, so that gray rectangle just goes away. Now what we want to do here is to create a list view. So it's gonna start with a photo, then we're gonna have a title next to the photo, and then some little text underneath the title. So I'm just gonna grab 2 lines of that text underneath and I'm gonna place it there. Okay, let's start with modifying our title height to 24, and then let's select and move those 2 rectangles a little bit lower. We're not gonna need the 3rd line or the button here, so let's just simply remove it. And then let's drag the smallest square to see if the distance between the lines is still right, and then let's pick the square that's 8 by 8, copy it, and then you can paste it onto the artboard to set the distance between the title and the smaller text. And as you can see, this is exactly right. Now the distance between the text and the photo is gonna be 16, so drag it into place and then you can modify the photo by just slightly moving it to the left. And I'm gonna change the gradient on the photo once again to slightly more saturated colors, so it's a little bit more prominent and visible. Now let's take the largest square, 32 by 32, and place it on the left side of the screen. And as you can see, we have to move every single object a little bit to the right to match. Now copy the 32 by 32 square, paste it and move it to the right, and as you can see, we need to make those fields a little bit shorter. So I'm just gonna select all of them and decrease their width until they match the square. If you want, you can also increase the height of the square to be the same height as the height of our text fields. But of course, when we do that, we need to move the distance, so the 16 by 16, a little bit more to the right, and then decrease the width of those text fields again a little bit, so everything is still matching. The distance has to be the same, so yeah, moving this to the right, and then selecting everything and decreasing the width. Now I'm gonna remove the helper squares, and then holding the Shift key, I'm gonna click on the photo and on all of the 3 text fields. Now let's copy them and paste them below. But they don't really look good this way, because the distance between them has to be larger than the distance within the group, and the larger distance that we have here is 16, so I'm gonna grab the 24 by 24 square and place it between them, and now we have a proper hierarchy. So you can see which part is a group and which part is a completely new group that is simply separate from it. And we can repeat this again by creating another segment here. So just copy and paste them and place them at 24 by 24, and then you can remove those helper squares. And as you can see, now the hierarchy of this whole screen looks pretty good. This is also optional, but I'm gonna change the color of the smaller rectangles to something a little bit lighter. And then because the titles are usually different, because the words can be different length, I'm gonna make all of those blocks different size, but just remember that the height needs to stay the same. So it's gonna look more natural, more like a real project. Now you can click and drag over all of them and change the corner radius to 8 to also see how they look if their borders are rounded. Now this part is gonna be more to just explain how this works. So I'm gonna try to add some text and add that text within those block frames so it actually matches their height. And then I'm gonna decrease the opacity of the block frame. You can do it by selecting the block frame, that little rectangle, and pressing a number key on the keyboard. So if I press 3, for example, it's gonna be at 30% opacity. And my goal here is to have each of the font sizes, so both the title and the subtitle, have the same font size, as the height of our block frame. So it's going to be 24 for the title and 16 for the subtitle. So I'm decreasing the font size here to 16. And as you can see, the actual letters are a little bit smaller than that because that's how fonts are rendered. We can't really take full control over this, but as long as these fonts are the right size and they are positioned exactly in the center of our block frame, we're gonna be fine. Now let's quickly add all of the text and modify the opacity of the block frames. And if the title was bold, you can decrease the weight of the smaller text into something like regular or medium. Now these font sizes are a little bit too big and too clunky, but this was the goal here. It was to show the proper relation between the elements, but of course if we want it to look nice, we should probably decrease the fonts a little bit. So I'm just gonna select 12 for the main font, and then I'm gonna decrease the height of the title as well. And of course you sometimes need to move that little font within the block frames so it's still in the center. And since our block frames are still 16 by 16 and we don't really want the line height to be a little bit too big, then we can actually move them completely close to one another and it's gonna work the same. If you want to see how the text looks, you can just take the block frames and move them a little bit down or simply just remove them. And even with the smaller text, if you create a rectangle that's 8 points high and then you create another rectangle that's 16 points high and you place them, at the bottom here and then between the title and the text, but it has to be touching the baseline of the title, you'll see that these distances are actually pretty good and pretty well structured still, even with all the changes that we just made. Now let's duplicate the text that we have and move it down onto the next block frames. And then let's decrease the height of our title to 16. And also take the block frame that's under the title and decrease the height of it to 16 as well. And then you can position it near the top and the title in the middle of the block frame. And once again, if you remove the block frames, you will see that the distance between the lines of the smaller text is a little bit too high. So let's decrease that by bringing those two block frames together. Once this is done, we can remove the block frames again. And then I'm gonna modify the color of the smaller text to something a little bit lighter because this also shows hierarchy. And as you can see, we have two examples of both big and small text that you can use to actually show hierarchy using simple block framing techniques. But in this exercise, the goal was not really to add text. I'm adding text just to show you that these irregular shapes like different letters can still exist within those block frames. So you should always think of all of the objects that you're adding to the canvas as rectangles, because that's gonna help you align them a lot better together to create proper spacing, proper grouping, and proper hierarchy. And this is really important. So yeah, understanding this is a way of actually thinking about the entire layout as a series of rectangles. And that knowledge combined with the red square method is gonna be something that's gonna help you in a big way with all of your layout and all of your design problems. Hi, in this short video, let's talk about constraints. I believe they are necessary to learn UI design because the field is so wide it's practically impossible to learn it all at the same time. The more knowledge that you put on your plate, the bigger the chance that it doesn't stick or that you'll forget some parts of it. If there was one thing that I would say to my younger self when I was learning UI design, it would be to start to love constraints. In your first designs, limit yourself to a small selection of safe fonts and colors and only use those. Design is all about making something complex into something very simple, but that simplicity comes from an intersection of a lot of small problems. Having constraints practically limits those problems, so you have less to focus on and you can work on those basic elements without distractions. That's why I prepared a list of sans serif fonts for you. These include both paid and free fonts, and you can choose any one of them you like, but at the very first stages of your design career, only use those. In the PDF that's attached to the course, you'll also find a set of colors that you can use and that you can actually bump up with saturation and contrast a little bit in every direction, and we will give you the number values that you should use and not exceed them. So if you limit yourselves within the constraints of this, you should be able to have pretty good colors. Some may say that this limits creativity, but let me tell you this, UI is not art. So it's not about being creative, it's about delivering a product that looks good, is usable, readable, and works well on all of the possible devices. Once we get the constraints out of the way, let's start by picking a theme for our app. I will be making an app for organic food shops nearby. The idea is to pick an app that has a couple of specific views, like the map view, a list view, details view, and a checkout, login, registration, and more. Your app can be about coffee shops, pubs, restaurants, doctors, veterinarians, bike shops, and more. Whatever you want to build, that's what you're gonna build. The idea is not to copy the concept of my app, but to use the ideas that I share with you in my app to build your own. Keep the theme based on just one category, so don't mix a dentist with a bike rental shop, because that probably won't work. The theme of your app will likely influence the color choices, and it will definitely influence the types of photos that you're gonna use. You can use free stock photo sites like pexels.com or unsplash.com to see if there are even any good photos for your category at all. In the next part of the course, I'll start by designing the login process and the registration flow of my organic store app. While following my steps, please be sure to include your own theme in there. So don't just rebuild my app. Most of the steps and most of what we're gonna be doing is gonna be similar no matter what theme you choose. So you'll be able to follow along while making your own app for your own portfolio, because this is the goal. The goal is not to have 1,000 organic shops apps, because that's gonna be pretty weird, right? So for the sake of your portfolio, your app has to be yours. That means that you don't really pick the same font that I did, or the same colors that I did, or make the same themed app that I did. Just use all of my steps, but pick your own font and color from the list that we provide, and pick your own theme to make this app yours. Ready? Let's go. Hi, so it's time to start designing. Hope you're excited. So the first thing that I did is rename the page, and then I pressed the A key on the keyboard and choose the iPhone 12. The next steps are not necessary, but it's pretty good if you do them yourself as well. So I renamed this artboard to login, and I will create a couple of helper icons using the shape tool. So I'm gonna add a rectangle here, and I'm gonna modify the height of this first rectangle to 44. You can do it using your mouse cursor, or you can just enter the height in the box on the right. Now move this rectangle to the very top of the screen. And change the color of the rectangle to something that's gonna be visible. So if your app's gonna be green or blue, it's good to pick red. Then copy and paste this rectangle and modify the height of it to 60. I'm also gonna change the color of it to a slightly darker red so it doesn't blend with the rectangle above. Now move it to the top so it's touching the other rectangle, and to make sure, check if the x value is equals 0 and y equals 44, and then copy and paste it below and modify the height to 64. Now copy and paste the top rectangle, move it down and change the height to 22, and then move it to the very bottom of the screen while touching the other rectangle, just like this. Now let's rename those helper layers. So on the list on the left, select the very first one and then type in status bar. Then select the one underneath that, click into it and call it the nav bar. Then the one near the bottom is gonna be the tab bar, and the small one at the very bottom is gonna be a safe area. Renaming those layers now will be very helpful because it's gonna be way easier for you to identify them on the list when there's a lot more layers inside. Now holding Shift, select all 4 layers and then group them, which is Command G on Mac and Control G on Windows. And then rename the group as OS Helpers. And right after you do that, you can click that little eye icon to hide it. It's going to come in handy later. Now let's start with the red square method. So using the R key on the keyboard, create a square by holding Shift and then modify the size to 32 by 32. And then of course change the color to red. Now copy this square, paste it, and then modify the new one to be 24 by 24 and make sure that the lock icon is engaged. Then copy it again, paste it, modify it to 16 by 16, and then copy it again, paste it and modify it to 8 by 8, so that way we will have the 4 basic squares. But for this app, we will also need a little bit bigger spacing, so I'm gonna copy the biggest square and modify it to be 48 by 48. Now press T to use the text tool and then start writing next to those squares. Just to be sure which are which, just type in their sizes next to them. Then copy the text, paste it, move it down, type in the new value and then repeat this process until you have them all. I suggest you do this step for the first time, but after that you can use the helper files, the starter files that we provide with the course for Sketch, Figma and Adobe XD. Now just for some clarity, I'm gonna select all of them and then click this little icon on the top right to align them all to the left edge. Now find each square on the layer panel and then click into it to change its name, and then type in the number value of its side. So there's gonna be one for 32, 48, 24, 16 and 8. Now let's start planning our design. And let's start with the edges or the margins. So let's copy and paste the 32 square and then place it on the left side of the screen and then copy and paste it again and place it on the right side. If you want, you can use rulers for this, but I suggest we stick to the red square method for this project. Now press R to start a new rectangle and then draw a rectangle exactly in between the two squares. Now change the height of this new rectangle to 44. The position right now doesn't matter, but if you want you can move it to be exactly in between the squares. And before we start any further changes, let's draw another rectangle near the top. And my app is gonna be about organic shops, so I'm gonna choose green as my main dominant color. Now turn off the border and then pick a color from the list of safe colors that fits the theme of your app. For me it's gonna be green. I'm gonna do some little adjustments to the color and then I'm gonna make this square smaller and move it outside the frame. This is going to be my main reference for the entire app. Now from there let's copy it, paste it and then move it back into the frame. Now open the color palette and make sure that you're in the HSL mode. Now set the lightness or the L value to between 80 and 90 and the saturation to around 80. That way we will end up with a very bright color that's just a little bit off-white. Now move this new square to the very top left edge of the entire frame. You can zoom out if you have to, and then stretch this new square to fit the entire frame. Then on the layer list, move it to the very bottom of the frame, so it has to be below our OS helpers, and then you can rename it to background. Now right click on that layer, and in the context menu click Lock Layer. That way it's gonna stay in place, but you won't be able to easily select it or move it or mess it up. Now let's zoom into our first rectangle. Then click on it and modify the fill to be completely white. Now click on the border color and select the eyedropper tool. Now using this tool, click on our green helper square on the left. And now let's modify those values. So first let's decrease the saturation to about 20 and then increase the lightness to around 80. If you want higher contrast, you can aim for slightly lower lightness of around 60 or 70. Now here is another design choice that you need to make yourself. Let's define how rounded the corners of elements in our app are gonna be. I'm gonna pick 4 here, but you can leave it at 0 to have completely sharp edges, or use a larger number like 8 or 16. For your first app, it's good to not really go with higher numbers. Now press T on the keyboard to choose a text tool, click above the text field and start writing. I'm gonna name this section Your Email. And now let's click on the eyedropper tool to modify the color and change it to our green. And then of course we'll need to change the font size a little bit, so I'm gonna go with 12 here. And I'm gonna change the font weight from bold to medium. Now move our label to the left side of our text field, and then let's modify the colors again. So click on the color palette. Now modify the saturation and lightness until you end up with a dark gray with a little bit of your main color in it. I'm gonna go with 20 for saturation and 40 for lightness. By using a dark gray with a hint of our main color instead of black, we end up with an app that fits together a lot better. This will help the text blend in together with all of the other elements a lot better. See what happens if I create a rectangle and change the color to pure black. Or better yet, if I copy our main text, paste it next to it and change that color to pure black. And by zooming out, you can find out how much that color stands out from all the other ones. That's why we always, instead of pure black, add a little bit of a hint of the main color to a dark gray. The font that I chose is called Popups, and I realized that at 12 points, this particular font is a little bit too small, so I'm gonna modify it to 14. But you need to check how big is your font because they all render a little bit differently. Now let's copy and paste our 8-point square and then align it to the bottom of the font. Now click and select your text field and make sure that the border is set to be inside. The other options are outside or center, but we always want it to be inside. Now holding Command on Mac or Control on Windows, click on the label and then on the text field to select both of them. And then, whether you're on Mac or Windows, press Command G on Mac or Control G on Windows to make a group. And name this group Field. Now copy the entire group, move it below and modify the label to say Password. This is gonna be our password field. When having two form fields next to each other, many junior designers place them very close together. But the problem with that kind of placement is that the password label is just as close to the password field as it is to the email field. Remember the rule of proximity? It means that things that are very close together are grouped, and we want each label and each field to be one little group within this entire interface. The screen margins at 32 are one group, but we want this to be a group within a group, so I'm gonna use 24. And sometimes the font renders in a way where you can't really precisely align it and there's always gonna be some little gap. If you're making just one screen, like a dribble shot, you might want to modify the decimal values to actually move it up. But if you're gonna make more screens in one project, then it's best to actually just leave it at this little gap because it's marginal. Now you can remove those two helper squares to see how this layout is starting to look like. And as you can see, with just using some simple squares and some simple patterns for alignment, we've achieved a project that has proper structure, good hierarchy, and everything just looks well together. Now we can remove those helper squares from the margins as well. Now let's add a forgot your password option. So use the text tool to type in forgot your password first. Now the problem is with placement. Some people place it on the left under the password field, some place it on the right, and we're gonna go with the right alignment, but this kind of alignment won't really work. Because if you remember, our finger is between 44 and 48 points. If your forget your password link is that close to the form field, chances are that people trying to access it will accidentally tap on the form field and engage it. This is not what we want. So draw a new rectangle right under our form field and make sure that the height of it is 44. Then turn off the border and on the layer list on the left, move that new rectangle under the forgot your password text. You can zoom in to make it easier. Now move that text down so it's vertically in the center of the rectangle you just created. Now I'm gonna modify the color of this new rectangle to something darker so that I could see my alignment squares on it really well. Now these don't have to be red because you create them very quickly, so create one from the top of the rectangle to the top of the letter and then copy and paste it below the baseline of the letter, so below the capital F. And if those squares are the same, you're fine. If there is a gap between the square and the letter, you need to adjust the font or the position. Now group this new rectangle with the text and call it forgot password. Now click on the rectangle and decrease the opacity to 0, so you should be left with the text alone. Make sure that you clicked on the rectangle and not the entire group because that would make everything disappear. Now the entire group serves as an invisible button, and that is gonna make the forgot password link a lot easier to tap with your finger. Now let's add a button. So I'm creating a rectangle that's the same width as the text fields, and then I'm changing the height. And you can go with 48, which is a pretty safe height for a button, but for this one I think I'm gonna go with 56, so it's just one more extra 8. The best height for buttons is between 44 and 60, so if you go below or above it might not work. And because I'm using the border radius of 4, I'm gonna set 4 for this button as well. Now before we go any further, you can set the roundness of the corners to anything that you like, but I would suggest to keep it at a lower value first. Because as you can see, if you go high with this, you create a pill button, you'll have to create pill-shaped text fields as well. And the problem with these kinds of text fields is that the label on the top doesn't really belong to any of the edges, so it looks a little bit weird and a little bit off. This alignment problem doesn't really exist if the corners are completely sharp or are between 0 and 8. Now let's start off the borders for our button and then let's pick the color from our main palette. So we're gonna go with our green. But of course here you pick your own color. Now I want my button to be a gradient. So I'm gonna select a linear gradient, and as you can see it goes from top to bottom. So the first thing that I'm gonna modify is that I'm gonna select the same color on both sides of the gradient. To do this, you click on the individual handles on the left and the right of the gradient and then just use the color picker to pick the color. Once you select the same color on both sides, the button should look as if there was no gradient on it, just a solid color. And that's what we want for now. This part is completely optional, so you can leave the gradient to be from top to bottom. But I like my gradients diagonal because they look a little bit more natural. So just make sure that the handles are within the boundaries of the rectangle. Then go to the colors and just decrease the lightness of one of the sides a little bit. I'm just gonna decrease it by 3 or 4 points. And then I go to the other side and I increase the lightness by 3 to 4 points. This will give us a subtle gradient that looks good, but it's not over the top and it doesn't take away too much attention. Also, the rule with gradients is usually that the darker color is closer to the bottom and then the lighter color is closer to the top. That's just how our brain works. Then using the text field, let's add the text login to our button. Because buttons are important actions, I'm gonna make that text bold. Depending on the font, going with heavy or extra bold can be actually making it less readable. And let's increase the font size to 16 for now. Now what we want to do is to place that login text exactly in the center of the button. And most design tools have these little helper lines to show you that it's in the center, but we need to make sure. I could leave the text color to be what it is, but because my button is a little bit dark, I can actually go with white text on it if I add some shadow to it to increase the contrast. But we'll do it later. For now, let's create some squares to see if the login text is really in the center of the button. And as you can see, it's not. It's actually a little bit too low by 1 point. And that's how some fonts render. So they're not completely uniform and it's not that easy to predict. So you can either decrease the size to 14 and then it would fit, or you can choose a different number for the buttons. And every time you change the font size, you need to redraw those squares again to see if it actually fits. And I played around with a couple of values like 18 and 19, but I decided to actually use 17. Because for that particular font, it gives me the right font size and it can be aligned exactly in the center of our button of the height of 56. Now let's remove our gray squares, and if you select the button background and the button text, you can click the auto align button on the top to align them horizontally. But we're not gonna be completely satisfied with that. Now let's drag our 16 square onto the canvas. You can copy and paste it. And I'm gonna paste one on the left side of the button and then copy and paste the other one on the right side. Now what we want to do is to select the login text field and increase the size of it so it touches both the squares on both sides. And as you can see, the text moved to the left, but that's okay because we can use the center option to center it again. Now I remove my extra red squares, I group the button shape with the button label and rename it to green button. We made the text field larger on purpose because that way we can accommodate buttons with much longer text. And that is going to make our buttons reusable. Okay, so longer text fits, great. Now let's change the text to say login again. To find the proper distance from the forgot your password element to our button, we need to think in terms of grouping again. But we also need to give the form some breathing room, so that's why I'm gonna go initially with 48. So I'm gonna place the 48 square at the bottom of our forgot your password element, and you can bring back some opacity to see it better, and then I'm moving the button down so it touches the red square from the top. And now I can decrease the opacity down to 0 for the forgot your password rectangle. Perfect, it starts to look really good. Our goal for these red square exercises is to give it structure without making it look random. Now let's copy and paste the forgot your password group and move it down. I'm going to rename this group to register title, because that's going to be a title text telling us that if we don't have an account we can register one. Now I stretch the text field to be the full width of the group, and then modify the text alignment to center. Now I'm gonna change the text to a question saying don't have an account, and yeah, I accidentally removed the forgot your password square, but don't worry, we're gonna bring it back soon. For now, let's duplicate the button and place it below our new text. And let's change the button text to register. Now I'm grouping the don't have an account text with the button, and I'm calling this new group registration. Now I'm gonna use the 32 square to set the distance between the login button and the top of the don't have an account section. Then I'm gonna pick the 48 square and I'm gonna move all of the buttons a little bit higher. So they are 48 points from the bottom of the password field, and once we bring back the forgot your password link, you'll know why. So just moving it higher to 48 points. And you can shift click on both of those groups to select them together. And that is one way of doing it, and it's pretty good. It's not perfect though, so let's do it in a better way. If you remember the rule of proximity, we'll be using it a lot here. So generally the login button has to be a little bit closer to the login fields, but then the register button is a completely different group altogether. So I'm actually using the 48 square to move it down. And I'm gonna draw some rectangles here on the side of the screen just so you can see where the groups are. So the goal here is that one group is the login fields and the login button, and then the other group, a separate group, is the don't have an account text and the register button. And because the don't have an account text is just a label, it's not really actionable, we can align this all to the top of the letters. Now let's zoom in and modify the register button, because that's a very common problem with designs, is that both the buttons look exactly the same on the screen. On this particular screen, the login button is the more important action because the form is actually to log in. So let's modify the register button, and some people add a border to it to create a ghost button or an outline button, as some people call it. And that can work if you also modify the text to be green. So in your app, your primary buttons can have the gradient and secondary can be outlines like this. But for my app, I'm gonna do something different. So I'm gonna turn the border off and bring back the gradient. And here I'm just gonna replace the gradient with a solid color fill. And just to be sure, using the color picker, click on our accent color on the left side of the screen. Now let's modify the color by increasing the lightness to about 80. The idea for this color is to be secondary, so it's not as visible and not as prominent as the login button. The green text is not visible enough on that kind of button, so I'm gonna go to our title text and just copy the hex code for that color. And then I'm gonna go back to the register text, go to the colors and paste the hex code. And as you can see, the contrast is higher and the button is looking a lot better. You can also try a slightly more saturated gray for your secondary buttons. Now this login screen has proper structure. You can clearly see that the login form with the login button is one group and then the registration is another one. This is going to make it a lot easier for the users to process. Now let's add the title. Using the text tool, I'm gonna type organic shops, but of course you need to type the title of your own app here. And then let's move the title to the center of the screen. With the course materials, we attached 100 icons that you can use in your projects. If you decide to use a different set of icons, make sure that it's consistent. I'm gonna grab and copy the eye icon first. This is going to enable us a preview of the password as we enter it. Now paste the icon and position it on the right side of the password field. The default outline color of the icon is black, but we want to modify it to match the theme of the app. So I'm just gonna pick the border color, pick the color picker, and then click on our text here. Now the icon color looks consistent with the rest of the form. Now let's draw some squares to see how well it's aligned. I want it to be exactly in the center, and as you can see, the bottom square is covering the icon a little bit. So I'm gonna decrease the size of the icon and make sure that the lock is engaged. For the side alignment, you can either use the 16-point square or use our square that we have right here on the side, and then move the icon a little bit to the left. Now we can remove those helper squares, zoom out and see how well the icon fits now within the form field. Now let's add some placeholder text to our form fields. So I'm just gonna use the text tool again and write enter your email. And then I'm gonna position it on the left side of the form field, about the same distance from the left side as the eye icon is from the right side, and let's change the font style to italics. Now decrease the font size for the placeholder to the same value that your labels above the form fields have. In my case it's 14. Then I'm gonna increase the lightness of this text a little bit so it doesn't really pop out as much. Of course, the text has to be vertically in the center of the form field, but it also has to be aligned well horizontally. So I'm just gonna grab my 16 square from the side here, and I'm gonna position it inside the field. Zoom in if you have to, and then move the text as close as you can to the square. In this case, where the square covers a part of the letter, it's best to always use the larger value. So I'm gonna move it 1 point to the right, and we're gonna keep it at that. And now let's zoom out and bring our helper square to the outside of the frame. On the layer list, make sure the placeholder text is within that same group as the entire field, and of course above the rectangle, because otherwise it would be invisible, and then you can copy it and paste it onto the second group with the password. Make sure the placeholder is vertically in the center of the password form field, and then change the text to enter your password. Now this course is not about logo design, so I just want to create a simple logo icon for the app. Once again, switch to the file with the icon set, and then for me it's gonna be the leaf icon, but obviously for you it can be something different depending on the theme of your app. So copy your icon, then go back to your main file and then paste it. Now let's move it above the text. Now using the rectangle tool and holding shift, let's draw a square, and I'm gonna set it to 80 by 80. Now, because this is supposed to be a logo, it doesn't have to follow the same rules regarding the border radius, so I'm gonna pick a border radius that's actually higher here. Turn the border off, and using the color picker, set the fill color to your main accent color. And I realized that my eye icon is outside of the enter your password group, so on the layer list, I'm just gonna click and drag it to that group. Now find the group with your logo icon and drag it above our newly created logo square. The icon simply has to be higher on the layer list than the square. Then you can rename the group and place it in the center of the square. Now select the icon group and make sure that the lock is engaged. Then I'm gonna change the size of this entire group to 36. Change the color of the outline of the icon to white and then adjust the line thickness until you like it. I'm gonna go with a slightly thicker icon. Now click on the logo square and modify the fill to be a gradient. This is of course fully optional, because if you like the solid color you could keep it at that. Once again, I'll modify the gradient direction to be diagonal. The darker color will be on the bottom left and the lighter on the top right. Now zoom out and align the center of the logo text with the logo icon. Now using the 16 square for alignment, place the logo text 16 points away from the icon, so just in my case I'm gonna move it up. Put the red square back and then select both the text and the logo and group it. And I'm gonna rename that new group to logo icon. Just make sure the logo text is perfectly aligned under the icon, so the icon is exactly in the middle of the text. Now use the 48 square and place it on top of the your email label. Now move the logo to the side until the baseline of the capital letter, in my case the O, touches the red square. Then bring it back to the center. And you can put the helper square back. Remember the hidden OS helpers group that we created? Turn it on. The lighter rectangle on the top is for the status bar, so we can't really touch it. But on a screen like that, we can move the logo a little bit on top of the nav bar. So just select all the layers holding shift and then move it up. And you can use the 16 square to position that logo exactly 16 points from the top of the nav bar rectangle. Just like this. So in my case I need to move it up a little bit more. Just make sure that you're moving all of the groups at the same time, so we won't mess up all the other alignments that we created. Now let's bring that rectangle back and then hide the group OS helpers because we don't need it anymore. Now click on our login artboard title and press Ctrl D on Windows or Command D on the Mac to duplicate it. You can also just copy and paste it, and remember to change the name of this entire frame to registration. Because we initially start on the login screen, registration is the second screen in the group, so it needs a back icon. So switch back to our icon set and pick a back arrow. Copy it and paste it onto the artboard. Now turn on the group with the OS helpers and position the arrow exactly in the vertical center of the navbar. And we can keep the 32 distance from the side, but some apps actually like to have this icon a little bit more to the left. If you want to make it easier for developers, you can then move it to 16 points from the edge of the screen. But I want visual consistency, so I'm gonna keep it at the same distance from the left side as all of the other elements like form fields or buttons. Placing the logo on every single screen is what marketing people like a lot, but we're not gonna do this because having a proper description of the screen is much easier for the users. So I'm just gonna modify the logo text and I'm gonna type in registration. A standard iPhone pattern is for the title text to be centered on the navbar, but let's move ours to the left. We don't always have to follow the platform rules, although it's really good to know about them. But let's move our label to the left, and let's use the 16 square to align the text to the arrow. So place the 16 square next to the arrow, and then move the text in. Don't worry about the bounding box of the text, just move the text itself so the first letter touches the square. Now we can hide our OS helpers again. Now the buttons are gonna be switched, so I'm gonna change the label on the login button to say register, and then I'm gonna modify the don't have an account text to something that fits this screen better. So I'm gonna change the question to say already have an account, and then I'll change the register label to login. Now for a standard registration we need a confirm your password field, so I'm just gonna move the buttons down, and then I'm gonna copy the password group, paste it and move it below. Make sure that the distance between all three fields is the same. You can use the red square method to check it. Then click into the second password label and change it to repeat password. And then you can modify the placeholder text to something like enter your password again or re-enter your password or whatever you like. You can use the red square method here again, or you can just move both of the buttons down until the distance is 32 between the top button and the bottom of the last form field. For clarity, select the group that contains the arrow and rename that group to arrow back. This is going to make it easier for you to find it later. To make this screen both more interesting and more informative, I'm gonna add some more text here. So I'm just gonna type in create a free account. Now I'm changing the text weight to extra bold. Now let's change the color to a darker one. So I'm just gonna use the color picker again to pick the color of the font that we already have on the screen. Now to make this screen look better, I'm gonna increase the font size to 40, but it seems a little bit too big, so I'm just gonna decrease it down to 32. This text is a little bit long, so let's break it up into 2 lines. I'm just gonna press enter after the word free. But with this particular font, it's a little bit too thick and extra bold, so I'm just gonna switch it back to bold and then decrease the line height a little bit, but still leaving at least a 16-point difference between the words. It all depends on the font that you choose. However, try to keep the distance in your font about similar to what I'm choosing here, and then move the text to the left so it's 32 points from the left side of the screen. And just to be sure, drag a 32 square into the canvas and then zoom in and see how close it is. Now let's use the 32 square to align the create a free account text to the label saying your email. Yeah, that looks a lot better, so let's put that square back in its place and let's focus on the next part. So on the login screen, let's bring back the forgot your password link. And as you probably remember, it's the same size as that don't have an account text. So just copy this entire group, paste it and move it up. Now let's modify the text to say forgot your password and then right align it by clicking the icon on the right side. Now for alignment, I'm gonna drag the 24 by 24 square under the forgot your password rectangle, and I'm gonna align the button to it. So place it right under the forgot your password rectangle and then move all the buttons down. Make sure to move them all because their distance is already predefined. If you just move the login button, you'll have to move the don't have an account and the register button again. Because their distance is already set, it's just best to move them together. On the registration screen, click on the create a free account text, and I'm gonna modify the lightness of it to be down by 10 points, so from 40 to 30. This is going to create a nice gradation of all the text and will put nice emphasis on the main text. So in short, it's just gonna make it look less boring. Okay, now let's duplicate the registration screen and create a next screen. We want to build the entire login and registration flow, and for that we're gonna need more screens, but they're gonna be similar to these screens. So stretch the text field for registration so it touches a 32 square on the right side. This is going to help us with longer titles in the future. Now click on the registration title for the screen and duplicate it or copy and paste it. And then rename this screen to forgot your password. Now click into the title text and type forgot password, and you can add a question mark at the end because it is a question. Then I'm gonna modify the text for a larger title to reset your password now, but you can add anything that makes sense here. The most common choice for password reset is to just enter your email and get the new password, so I'm gonna select and remove the password fields. And we're only gonna need one button here, so I'm gonna remove the second one, move the one closer to the field, and of course we have to align it using our red squares, so I'm gonna drag the 32 by 32 square and move the button up to touch it. Now place that square back and this screen is looking perfect. The only thing left to do is to change the label on the button to say reset password. Remember that the label on the button always has to clearly state what the action is going to be. So in this case, it's always better to describe the precise action instead of just using an OK button or a next button. And I'm gonna change it to send me a new password because I think it's a little bit more friendly. Okay, so we have the three main screens of this registration flow. And these types of screens are gonna be very similar for most of the apps that you're gonna be designing. But let's make more. Copy the login screen, paste it, and then move the copy under the main login screen. This is going to be a version of this screen showing what it looks like if the email field has been correctly filled. Make sure the placeholder text is left aligned like this. Now click into it and write an email address. You can use any email address you want, but I would avoid using a real email because you don't really want random people emailing you, right? So I'm just gonna type in an email here that I don't use. Because it's not a placeholder anymore, modify the font style to medium. We also want to modify the font color to be darker, so use the color picker and pick the color from the fonts that we have. Now, because this is a real email and has proper structure, you can click into the email field and modify the border to be more green. That will give the user an indication that they entered the email correctly. It's not necessary for short forms like this, but it's optional and you can use it if you want. Now let's go into our icon file, copy the checkmark icon. Now go back to the project file and paste it onto the form field. And I'm just gonna move it to the right of the form field and modify the color of it to be green. I used the color picker to pick the color from the edge of the form field, but you can also use the green that we already have because it's gonna be the same. Make sure that the check mark is within the same group as all of the other parts of this form field. So if it's not, then on the layer list, just move it into that group. Just make sure that it's above the background rectangle of the form field, otherwise it won't be visible. This kind of icon is gonna be very difficult to align, so I'm just trying to optically align it to the center of the eye icon below. And I also want the entered email to be more visible, so I'm gonna change the font style from medium to semi-bold. And we have another screen done. As you can see, when you have a lot of pre-made elements, it's a lot faster to then add additional screens. So let's copy and paste this one again. And I'm gonna rename this screen to login password entered. And as the screen name suggests, we're gonna enter a password. Now I'm gonna select the email and then I'm gonna go to color and copy the hex code for the text color there. Now I'm gonna click into the password placeholder and paste the hex code, and then change it to semi-bold. Now let's enter the password. You can either use the Alt+8 key on the keyboard to create the standard password dots, or you can just use the standard stars on your keyboard. Now copy the entire forgot your password group, paste it in place, and then pick one of the copies and make it smaller, so it's more on the left side. Of course, you also have to left align it with the icon here. Now let's change this text to say strong, because this is gonna say how strong our password is. Now zoom in a little bit and using the O key create an oval or a circle, so just do it by drawing and holding the shift key. We want a pretty small circle here, so it shouldn't be bigger than the letter O in the word strong. Now remove the border from that circle and change the color using the color picker to pick our green, the main green that we're using across the app. Now copy the circle, paste it and move it to the right so it's 4 points away from the first circle, and then do this thing again. What we want is 3 circles that are indicating the password strength and that are 4 points apart. And if you want, you can also change the border color of the password field to green. It's not really a common practice, but it can work in some cases. Now duplicate this screen again and move it below. This screen is gonna be about having a weak password, so I'm gonna rename this to login password weak. A weak password basically means that the password is too short and pretty easy to guess. Now holding the shift key, click on the 2 circles on the right and then change their color by just dragging the slider here without modifying the color itself. So just drag it to something that's a little bit more orange. And then change the text strong into weak. That's gonna show you how a weak password indicator is gonna look like. It is often the case that the short password is going to be a weak one, so decrease the number of characters in your password because it all has to be internally consistent. Now let's make the password revealed screen, so duplicate the password entered screen and then let's start editing. The first thing that we have to do is to replace the eye icon with a closed eye icon, and of course we have one in our icon set. So copy it in the set, then go back to the main file and paste it onto the project. If you want the eye opening and closing mini animation to look good, it's best to place it in the exact same spot where it should be. And then modify the color of this new icon to be the same color as the old eye icon. After that, you can remove the old icon. To make it look a little bit more centered, I'm just gonna move it 1 point up. Because our password is now revealed, type in a password using the standard characters. And I'm gonna type one that has the exact number of characters as our dots had. And you may think that details like that don't matter, but they actually do, because that makes you more precise as a designer. Just making sure everything is correct, even the number of characters in a password field. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit and let's move that frame below all of the other login frames. Okay, let's duplicate the login password entered screen again, and let's create a password that failed. So you entered the wrong password. You can also use a modal or a pop-up window for this, but we want to keep things simple in the registration for now. Okay, so the password field is wrong. We need to show it somehow. So I'm gonna click on that password field, the rectangle, and then I'm gonna drag the hue slider towards a more red color, but without modifying any of the other values. You can drag it to the left or to the right, depending on whether you want to have more orange in your red or more pink. Select and remove the 3 circles next to the strong indicator, because for this validation they're not gonna be needed. Now I'm gonna change the strong text to say your password was incorrect. And then I'm gonna increase the size of this field so it fits in one line. This is a small break, Michał from 2025, coming back in time to tell you that I made a little mistake here. Obviously, the password strength field should be in the registration, not in the login. Make a note of that and modify your designs. Then for this text, pick the same red that you picked for the border of the invalid field itself. You can simply use the color picker for that or copy the hex code. Now, because there is enough space between the error label and the forgot your password link, I'm just gonna keep them in one line. If your text is longer, it's gonna be better to actually push that whole forgot your password section below that. And while we're at it, you can also modify the text of the actual password to be red as well. And when we're done with this, let's move this screen to the bottom of our login pile. Okay, time to start a new pile, so select registration and then copy and paste it. Move it under the registration and let's start editing. This screen is going to have an email entered, but the passwords are not going to be matching. So what we want to do is to actually remove the email field and then copy and paste it from the screen on the left, because this already has an email and it's a validated one. When you paste it, just make sure that it's exactly at the same height that it was before. Now from the screen called login password entered, copy the password field that already has the password in it and then paste it onto this screen and then move it down again so we have the duplicate version of it. Now because this screen has to have the password not matching, remove a couple of characters from one of the passwords. And let's change the label to say repeat password as it's supposed to. A lot of what we already created is going to be reusable throughout the app. And then let's go down to the screen with negative validation with the red letters and then just copy this text and then paste it under the password fields. Move it underneath the last field and then increase the width of the text field to be the same size as the actual text field. So just gonna drag this to the right. And then let's change the text. I'm just gonna write your passwords do not match, because that's pretty self-explanatory. And we need to show the user which fields are actually wrong here. So I'm just gonna select both the password fields and change their border color to the red that we have. I'm using the color picker here, but you can also copy and paste the hex code. And this is completely optional, but I'm also gonna modify the actual text in the form fields to also have that red color. If you want, you can also duplicate this screen again and create a version of it where the passwords do match and the form fields are all green. But this is just changing the colors, so I'm not gonna show it here. Now let's create the last screen of this flow. So I'm just gonna duplicate the registration passwords don't match screen and then I'm gonna call it account exists. This screen is gonna show when you tried to register using an email that's already in the database of this app. So let's start by changing the text on the top to say account exists. And I'm gonna add an exclamation mark because it's important. For this screen we don't need the password field, so select everything and remove it. But we're gonna keep the email field because we need to know which email actually is that. Now I'm adding a new text field that's gonna be the size of the label above that form field. And I'm gonna type in the account for the email because we want it to sound like a sentence. And to make the colors match, I'm gonna add the color using the color picker from the other label. Now remove that label and drag the new label in. And of course you could just replace the text in that first label if you want it to be faster. Now copy the label, move it down, and let's add some additional context. So I'm gonna type in already exists and then try logging in or using a different email address. And of course this text field also should be the same width as the actual form field, but I'm just gonna drop the A to the next line. Now make sure that those new labels are aligned from the left side with the actual edge of the form field. So they need to be 32 points from the left edge of the screen, and they're not right now, so I'm moving them in. Now let's pick a distance between the text and the form field. So I'm just gonna drag my 16 square onto this artboard. And then I'm gonna align the capital letters or the baseline to the form field using the 16 square. Now let's specify the distance from this new group to the account exists text. So I'm gonna paste in the 48 square and then move this down accordingly. Now let's look at the bottom distance. So I'm gonna align the 48 square to the bottom of the baseline and drag the buttons towards it. Now let's change the main label from register to login and let's remove the other button. Or if you want, you can modify the other button label to say change email. And in that case, it could look something like this. I'm just gonna change the label to pick a different email address and then change the button to say register. And that's just gonna take you back to the registration where you can enter a new email address. Now, as far as organization goes, you can either organize it vertically like we just did, or you can organize it horizontally like this. So I'm just moving all the registration screens into one line, forgot your password screens into one line, and then all the login screens are gonna be one line as well. For some people, that way is easier. Now, for clarity and structure, I'm gonna increase the distance between the artboards to be 100 in every case. That also means the vertical distance, because that's gonna help you organize this file better, and once it grows into a much larger project, it's gonna be way easier for you to find the right screens in the right place. It's really important to keep your files organized and keep all of the groups and all of the layers on the layer list named properly. It's just gonna make your life a lot easier in the long run. Now we could leave this project as it is because it already looks good, but we can also try to play around with a couple of simple effects on it at the end. This is completely optional, but let's try and add a shadow to our buttons. The default shadow always looks bad, don't use it that way, but you can modify the shadow so it looks really good. The first thing that we do is to change the color of the shadow to be the exact green that we have as an accent color. And then let's modify the lightness of it to be a little bit darker. In my case, it's just gonna be around 35. And let's modify the Y value to 16 and the blur to 32. A good practice is to actually have the blur value be double the Y value and pretty much never use the X value for shadows in your apps. You can use the negative spread value so the shadow hides under the button a little bit and decrease the opacity of it to about 40 or 50 or 60%, whatever looks good. Now this usually needs some tweaking, so I'm gonna go back to the color of the shadow and I'm gonna increase the lightness by 10 points. And then increase the saturation a little bit too as well. If this kind of shadow is too big for your tastes, you can modify the Y value to be 8, blur to be 16, and then the spread can be something like -2, or it can be 0 if you prefer it that way. Just remember that with shadows, all of those values are interconnected, so if you modify the shadow to be smaller, it's probably best to actually decrease the lightness a little bit so it's darker, so it's more visible. And I'm gonna modify the values a little bit again just to show you that picking the right shadow is actually quite difficult, but once you do it right, it's gonna look really good. You can also add a shadow under that logo shape, and this shadow doesn't have to follow the same rules as the buttons because it's a more visual oriented and it's not an action element. Use the color picker to pick the shadow color from the accent color and always make sure that your shadows are made from the accent color because they all have to match the rest of the app. And for this shadow, I'm gonna use 16 as the Y value and 32 as a blur because I want it to be bigger, to kind of show that the logo is floating above the surface of the app. Now click on the layer and you can use the copy style in Sketch or copy properties in Figma and then paste those properties onto the next shape like this. This is going to copy both the fill color and the shadow and the border if there is any, so you can then select the next one and go to paste style or paste properties in Figma. And if you like this effect, repeat it for all of the logos. Now we can also copy the properties of our primary button and then paste them over to all of the primary buttons on all of the screens. Of course, you can use components or symbols for this to make it easier, but for the first exercises, I believe it's actually good to do everything as just groups because it's not going to be as confusing. Now, to increase contrast, we can also add a very small shadow to the login text on those green buttons. So select the text and add a shadow. And of course, the first step is always to change the shadow color to our accent color. Now decrease the lightness by about 10 points and then decrease the alpha to 50. And this shadow can't be too big, so keep the Y value at about 2 and blur at about 4. And if you want to have all the buttons have this effect, then copy the style in Sketch or copy the properties in Figma, and then simply paste it into all of the button labels for the primary buttons. If your secondary button is light, like in my case, don't add a shadow to it. It's just not gonna look good that way. Now, if you want to play around with some more visual ideas, you can paste in a photo that matches the theme of your app. Then drag that photo to one of the screens and place it on the layer list just above the background layer, and of course make it the full size. So because it covers everything, then on my layer list I just simply need to move it down so it's below everything but the background layer. And decrease the opacity so it doesn't stand out too much. It has to be barely visible, otherwise the labels and the buttons and the form fields might disappear on it. So this is one idea and it works best for the login screens. It's not really advisable to use images in the background for the entire registration process, as it might take away the attention of the users from what's important, the form fields. But we can try one more thing to make it more interesting. So select the background layer and turn the lock off, and then let's change this to a gradient instead. Now this gradient can be from top to bottom. One side of the gradient can be white and the other can be the background color that we had before, so in my case that very light green. And as you can see, the effect is barely visible, but when you turn the background fill off, you can see that it actually makes a difference. And if you like the effect, you can then copy the style or copy the properties in Figma of that background layer and then paste it onto all of the other background layers in this project. And there you have it, a login and registration flow for a simple mobile app. If you picked your own theme, you should have different fonts and different colors here, and a different logo of course, but the general structure and layout of these screens should be practically the same. Now before we move on, use the red square method to actually check all the elements on all of the screens if they're still properly aligned. This is very important. And after this is done, I'm gonna see you in the next part. Today let's create one of the most common screen types of any app, list and card views. So let's copy and duplicate one of the screens, and I'm gonna pick the account exists one. I moved the copy below all of the other screens from the login and registration, and now let's start editing. The first thing that we can do is to remove the buttons, because we're not gonna need them on the list view. And we can remove the form field as well. This first list screen is gonna show categories, so instead of the title there, I'm gonna type in categories. We are assuming, of course, that these categories are displayed within an existing store. So I'm gonna type in Green Living Store because that's gonna be the store name. And of course, for your app, pick a store that matches your theme. Now, because all the login and registration screens are done, I'm gonna select and drag to the bottom all of our helper squares. They're gonna be a lot more useful down here. I'm gonna change the color of the store name to our accent green. But this is completely optional and you can actually leave it as the color that it was before. To make it easier for our dark text selection, I'm gonna duplicate the color square and I'm gonna use the color picker to pick the color from the letters. We're going to start this app project from the top. So I'm gonna add two icons to the header, to the nav bar. So I'm switching to our icon file and I'm selecting and copying the 3 dots. Now let's zoom in a little bit and I'm gonna paste the dots. The first thing that I want to do is to make them vertical, so I'm gonna change the rotation to 90 degrees. The icons are gonna be on the right side of the navbar. So if the text box with screen title is longer, just decrease the size. Now select the 3 dots icon and let's change the border color. I'm gonna use the color picker to pick the darker shade of our accent color. In my case it's the darker green, but of course in yours it can be a different color. Now let's pick the cart icon, and in our icon set we have a shopping bag and a basket, and I'm gonna use the shopping bag. So I'm gonna copy it and then paste it onto the project. Place it on the right side of the navbar, just to the right of the 3 dots icon, and then let's change the border color, and once again using the color picker pick our darker accent color. Now pick the 48 square, copy and paste it, and then drag one copy onto the artboard. Because the touch target or the minimum accessible area for your finger is 44 by 44 points, I'm gonna modify the size of this particular square to 44 by 44. Now let's modify the name of the artboard and let's call it List View 1. Now let's turn on the OS Helpers layer. It's gonna be very useful for aligning the icons. Drag our special 44 by 44 square to the center of the navbar and make sure that it's just above the navbar but under the icons. One potential option for alignment is to align this particular square to be 32 points from the right side of the screen. And then you align the actual icon to be in the center of that square. Just to be sure about the distances, let's drag in a 32 by 32 square and let's place it along the right edge of the screen. Now duplicate the 44 by 44 square and place it right next to the first one. Then you can align the 3 dots icon in the middle of that new square. To make it easier and more visible, pick one of the squares and change its background colors to something lighter or darker. And then align the icon to the center. But that kind of alignment doesn't really work optically, so let's select both our squares and our icons and move them to the right. Now drag our 32 by 32 square a little bit higher so we can see how it touches the icon, and if it doesn't, then we need to move those squares and the icons a little bit more to the right, just like this. Now let's drag the helper square down and let's then group each individual square with its icon. So zoom in, select just one square and the icon that's inside it and group them, and then rename that group accordingly. It's probably best if you also move that group up the layer list so it's more on the top. Then select the other icon, the square that contains it, and group them as well. Then change the group name and move it up the layer list. Now we can hide our OS Helpers group again and then click on the individual squares behind our icons and decrease their opacity to 0, so we want them to be invisible. Just make sure that the icons are still in the center of those squares. That invisible 44 margin around the icon is gonna give them the proper size to be easily tapped with your finger. Now let's duplicate our accent color square and let's pick another color. And here I'm just gonna drag the sliders, so I'm just gonna pick a slightly more yellow hue, but it still needs to be a little bit green, so towards the green side. And if you just modify the hue, you should be fine with a color that matches, just don't go too far from your main color. Since I started with green, I'm practically just gonna pick a color that's right next to it, but I'm gonna play with the lightness a little bit and to see how these colors look together. If they seem to be clashing, you can always decrease the saturation and decrease or increase the lightness. Now I'm gonna press the O key on the keyboard to pick the oval tool, and holding the shift key I'm gonna draw a circle. And I want that circle to be 16 by 16 and have no border. So then using the color pickers I'm gonna change the fill color to our newly created second accent color. Now move the circle to be on the top right side of the shopping bag icon. Now let's zoom in, and using a text tool, let's just type in a number that's gonna be inside that little bubble. It's gonna show us how many things we have, how many items we have in our shopping bag. Using the color picker, pick the color of that text from the icon or from our secondary darker color. Change the font style to a medium or semi-bold, and let's decrease the font size. I'm gonna start with 16, but it's not gonna be enough. I think it needs to be even smaller, so I'm gonna go with 12. Generally, in mobile apps, you should never go below the font size 12. But in those rare occasions when we're adding text to a notification bubble, we can go a little bit below that, probably not smaller than 10. In some cases, to have your text to be really in the center of a 16 by 16 point circle, you might have to use an odd number, so in our case we're gonna use 11. But all fonts render a little bit differently, so your font might be okay at 12 or at 10. Let's remove the helper square and we can start adding additional content onto the screen. Because this screen is gonna be a little bit more condensed and more densely packed with information, I'm gonna use the 32 by 32 square to align the title of the store with the category's title. Now let's scroll up to the reset your password screen and then copy the form field. Now click into the list view screen and then paste it. Because this is going to be our search box, we don't really need a label here. Now let's replace the placeholder text with something like find the product. Make sure the placeholder text is left aligned and then move it slightly more to the right. Now let's switch back to our icon file, find a magnifying glass or a search icon and then copy it. And then of course paste it onto the project. Drag the search icon into our search field and then modify the color of the outlines to our second darker accent color. Select the search icon and as you can see its height is not an even number, so I'm gonna modify it to 12 and make sure that the lock is engaged. Now our text fields are 44 by 44, so using a rectangle tool and holding shift, draw a 44 by 44 square. Just make sure that it's under the icon. If it covered the icon, just drag it down on the layer list. Now simply align the icon to be in the very center of that square and then align the text to the right edge of it. Now let's zoom out to see how it looks like, and of course you can now remove that square. Make sure the icon and the placeholder text are all within that same group and then you can start moving it around and of course rename it to search. And while we're at it, grouping and renaming, let's group the number 3 with the circle on the notifications and rename that group to notifications. Now drag the search bar higher and using the 24 by 24 square, align it to the baseline of the store name. And here we have it, a nice looking heading for our categories page. Now let's start adding some categories. Copy the categories title, paste it and move it out of the group so it's above all of the other layers. And then change the font size to 16. Let's name our first category to something that matches the theme of our store. So in my case it's gonna be bakery. Go to the screen above and copy a form field label. Then paste it onto our list screen and move it under our new category name. In the second line for each category, we're gonna specify how many items are in that category. So in our case, it's gonna be 13 items in the first category. But of course, you can use your own number here. And I'm gonna increase the lightness of this item a little bit so it's a little bit less prominent. You can also decrease the saturation of this object to about 15 or 10. Now let's drag in an 8-point square and place it between our new text. We want the distance between those two lines of text to be exactly 8 points. Now drag the helper square outside and let's zoom out. Select each of the text fields and stretch it a little bit more to the right. Do the same for both of them so they are about the same width. Now move them a little to the side and let's create a square that's gonna be our category photo. And I'm gonna make this square 44 by 44. You can always enter the precise value in the box on the right, and if the lock is engaged, it should be uniform. And then I'm gonna change the corner radius to 4. I already found some photos for this on Unsplash, so I'm just gonna copy them on the website and then just paste them onto the artboard. We're gonna use our square to mask this photo, so you can modify the size of the photo to your liking and then first of all turn the borders off. Then position the photo over the square, select them together and click mask. If you forgot how to do it in your design tool, check again the second video in this course that's all about all of the design tools and their basic functions, including this one. Now move this new masked group closer to the text items and then let's use a 16 by 16 square to align them together. So just place the square next to the photo and then move the text in so it touches the square. I'm also moving both the text fields up so the top edge of the font matches the top edge of the photo. Now, because we might have some things on the right side of the cell, I'm clicking each individual text box and decreasing the width. Now select both the text fields and the photo group using the Shift key and clicking and then group them together. And I'm gonna name this group List Content. In the first version of the list view, we will create tiles for the list items. I'll start by drawing a rectangle that's roughly the width of our form field. To differentiate it from the background, we're gonna use a border color. So I'm changing the border color and using the color picker to pick the color from the form field. And then let's change the fill color to white. Our list items will have proper structure, so the border doesn't have to be that prominent. I'm gonna decrease the saturation first down to 10, and then I'm gonna increase the lightness by 10 points. To differentiate our list item from form fields and buttons, let's change the border radius there to 8. And that way also our photo that has a border radius of 4 is gonna fit better within there. Now move that rectangle down on the layer list so it's under the list content group that we created before. Now let's drag a 32 by 32 square onto the canvas and let's adjust the size of our rectangle so it touches that square. Then move that square to the other side and remember to also change the border style to inside. That's gonna make the alignment easier. Now move that square to the other side, zoom in if you have to, and align it in a way so that the border is outside of the square. Now put that helper square back and let's drag a 16 by 16 in. Let's start with the top distance, so position the square inside our rectangle and move the entire content group including the photo so it touches that rectangle. Now place it on the left side and move the group again. Then move it to the bottom and you might have to increase or decrease the height of that rectangle. In my case I need to decrease the height by 1. Now I want to show you something. If you zoom in you can see that both of these objects have rounded corners, but there is a problem here. I'm gonna select the mask under our photo and I'm gonna decrease the corner radius from 4 to 2. And as you can see now, the white line that goes around the photo is pretty uniform. It means that the diagonal distance is very similar to the distance from the top and from the left. And this is what we want. Okay, time to put the helper square back. Now, because we might have quite a lot of categories, I'm gonna change the font style from bold to semi-bold. This is gonna make this font a little bit lighter and that's gonna make it look better when there's more elements like this along the list. This is an iOS app, so we may need a disclosure indicator. This is basically a chevron or that V-shaped object that we place on the right side of lists. Before we change the position, let's change the border color to the color that we use for all the icons, which is the desaturated secondary accent color. Having this icon selected, I'm gonna click the lock in the properties and I'm gonna decrease the height to 8. Because I personally prefer those chevrons to be actually a little bit smaller. Now use the 16 square to align the arrow to the right side of our background rectangle. If you select both the arrow and the rectangle in the background by holding Shift, you can use the Auto Align tool on the top to auto align the arrow in the vertical center of the background rectangle. Now put our helper square back and then let's select all of the objects that are within one list item and then group them. Now when the cell has proper alignment, we might start noticing that some elements seem out of place. So I'm gonna change the font size for this bottom element to 12. It's completely secondary information, so it shouldn't be that prominent. But of course use the 8-point square to actually align it back again to the top element. In a case like this, when the element is either a half point outside the square or overlaps it, you can leave it at the larger value, so a little bit outside. That's gonna be fine. Now copy the group, paste it and move it down. Because we want the categories to be perceived as the group of categories, I'm gonna use a smaller distance between them. So I'm gonna grab the 24 square between them and then I'm gonna duplicate them with that same distance between them over and over until I fill the entire screen. Of course, before you start copying and pasting those cells, make sure that the very first one that you start with is already perfectly aligned. So I'm going to copy 2 more of those and with every one I'm gonna use the red square to properly align it. I'm placing them directly underneath, but you can also make sure if the distance from the sides of the screen is still 32 for every one of them. Okay, we have ourselves a simple list view, so let's now drag the helper squares outside or just remove them. Let's start by modifying all the text. So I'm just gonna type in all the categories one by one and I'm gonna change the number of items, and this is important. If you're making a list view, don't copy the same number of items in every one because it's just gonna look fake. So try to make it look realistic by just coming up with a different number in every case. While looking at a design, people subconsciously notice things like that. So it needs to look as realistic as possible in terms of the content. And always write the content that fits the screen, so avoid using lorem ipsum at all costs. Lorem ipsum simply results in lazy design. So I'm just gonna modify that last category and I'm gonna change it to cleaning and change the number here as well. Of course, in your app, pick a category that's gonna fit the theme of that app. Now it's time to change the photos inside each of these masks. You can copy them from Pexels or Unsplash directly into the design tool. Here I pasted 5 at the same time to speed things up. Now this part is pretty simple. Take every photo that you want to replace, click onto the previous photo within the mask and then just paste in the new one. You might have to zoom a little bit more or just move the photo around first and then mask it again. To make it easier to organize things and to better find the right group in the layer list, I'm just gonna rename them all to the proper category name. One way of possibly doing the masks is to drag the photo that you want to replace and then open the corresponding group. Then open the masking group and just drag the photo on the layer list above the bitmap that's already masked there. And as you can see, it changed. Masking can be difficult, so if you're having trouble with this, go back to part 2 of the course and just repeat that masking exercise until you feel both comfortable and confident. And once you're comfortable with masking, just quickly remask all the photos in the right spots, just like this. Remember that after you mask the photo, you can always modify the size of the photo and the position within the mask. You can adjust the crop so it looks better on the list. Okay, let's quickly change the last photo on our list and we're done with the very first screen in this exercise. I'm gonna zoom in and slightly adjust the position here so more of that soap is gonna be visible. Okay, that list is looking good. It has clear structure, proper hierarchy, and every element is aligned well. Now let's copy and paste this entire screen and let's make a different kind of list. This time it's not gonna be tile based, but instead it's gonna be full width of the frame. Command click on the Mac or Control click on Windows on just the rectangle in the background of every cell. Make sure that the lock is disengaged and then just stretch it horizontally in both directions and stretch it to a point where each side is actually outside of the frame, like this. Then repeat the same step for every one of those backgrounds. Just make sure that you only select the rectangle, because if you select the entire group and start resizing it, something like this can happen. So we resize just the rectangle in the back of the group. The reason for the sides of the rectangle going outside the screen is that we don't really need that left and right border. So we just want to have the top and the bottom one. Okay, I'm gonna quickly modify the 2 remaining ones and let's start changing the screen to make more sense. These types of cells usually rely on bigger internal margins, so I'm just gonna drag a 24 square to the inside of the cell and then I'm gonna move the content down. Then drag the 32 square to the left side of the content and then move it towards that square. That's because this list is not really like a floating rectangle anymore. It's more about objects with simple vertical separator lines between them. So we want more space within those lines so the objects can actually stand on their own. So I'm moving the content to be at 32 from the sides and the arrow on the right is also 32 from the right side. And obviously the 24 is gonna be at the bottom again, so I'm just gonna increase the height of that rectangle to fit another 24 square. So in short, the distance is 24 from the top, 24 from the bottom, and then 32 from each side. And then it's all about repeating the same steps for every single group. For some elements, you can also check their X value when they're already in the right position, and then simply type in that same X value in the X field. In my case, it's 353, so I can select each of those chevrons individually and then just type in that number. And to just select the chevron, you can Control click on Windows on it or Command click on the Mac. And then just type in the number into the X field and you're done. It can be faster than moving every one of them manually. But of course you can also do it manually, so I'm just gonna grab the 32 square on the left side and then click into the group and just move that content manually to the left to touch the square. And then simply repeat that process 2 more times. Now using the 24 square, I'm gonna align the tops of the rectangle, so I'm just gonna add some additional spacing on top of every background rectangle next to the photos and the text. The easiest way to do this is to place the rectangle on the top of our photo and then simply adjust the height of the background rectangle. And then on the bottom of the photo and adjust the height again. And then repeat the process for all of the other cells the exact same way. So just place it at the top, expand the rectangle, place it at the bottom, expand the rectangle down. For now, don't worry about the spacing between the list items, we will figure that out later. Right now, the most important part is to make those cells well aligned internally, so within themselves. So this is what we're doing here, just making them all have the 24 spacing from the top and the bottom. 2 more to go and we're done. Now let's zoom out and let's put our helper square back. Now zooming in again, let's align the individual list items. Just move them together in a way that one of their borders overlaps the other one. So it has to be just one border line between them, not two. So in short, the top border of the bottom rectangle is on top of the bottom border of the top rectangle. The end result should look something like this, just moving in the last rectangle on the list and we're practically done. While tile-based lists like the first screen can have some uses, if your app or your interface has a lot more content and a lot more data, it's best to use lists like in the second screen. They're still readable, but they allow you to show a lot more content on one screen. I'm also gonna change the name of the second screen to List View 2. Now let's make another view. Click on List View 1 and duplicate it or copy and paste it. And I'm going to call that new frame Card View 1. Now select all the cells but one and move them outside of the frame. So I'm just gonna select all the bottom ones and I'm gonna leave bakery in. Now before we do our cards, let's do some calculation. First I'm gonna create a rectangle that's the full width of the screen. And as you can see, it's 390 points. So I'm just gonna type in 390 into that box and I'm gonna change the color for now to something more visible. Now let's drag in a 32 square onto the artboard and a 24 square as well. You can copy them and just paste them in. And we want the 32 to be on each side of the screen and the 24 is going to be centered. So drag that 32 to the right side as well and then you can use the auto alignment tool to auto align the 24 square to the center of this entire frame. Now the math is simple. 390 minus 32 minus 32 minus 24 equals the width of our individual frame or our individual cell. In our case, it's 151, but if you're using a different iPhone size or a different screen altogether, it might be a different number. And we are using the 24 distance between the actual cards because we want them to be perceived as one group, a group of cards. Of course, you don't need to really calculate it because you can just place the squares and place the rectangles or the cards within them, but it's really good to know that number. Now I'm gonna move the bakery tile next to the 32 square on the left side and then I'm gonna remove the disclosure indicator because they don't really exist on cards. And then I'm gonna decrease the size of the card so it touches the 24 square in the middle so that the border of the card is still visible on both sides. Now select both our text fields and move them down the card. And now let's increase the size of the photo because cards usually have larger photos. You can use a rectangular photo or a square one, but I'm gonna go with square. And I'm gonna resize it to roughly be even on every side, but of course we're gonna use a red square to align it properly. So zoom out and drag a 16 by 16 square in. I'm gonna copy and paste it because we need more than just one. So I'm gonna place the first one at the bottom of the photo, then another one on the left side of the card, and it's gonna be helpful to align the photo position and size. Then I'm gonna place it at the top to see how far the photo is from the top of our card, and it's just 1 point too high. So I'm just gonna bring it down by 1 point and then let's check the right side. And once again there is still 1 point overlap, so I'm just gonna decrease the size of our square by just 1. And also if you get decimal points for your square, then just modify it to a full number. Now let's zoom out and start aligning the text. I'll start with the 16 square at the bottom of our photo. So I'm just gonna move it up so it touches the photo and then I'm gonna align the text to it. But just to be sure, always align it to the capital letter because some lowercase letter like K in this example can actually be higher than the capital letter. Now let's increase the height of our card and let's align the bottom of the text to that bottom of the card. So once again I'm gonna drag the square down and then I'm gonna decrease the height of the card so it touches the square. Now let's move to the left side. So I'm just gonna move all the text fields so they touch the square on the left. In a case where you can't align it perfectly because the letters are either too far or too close to the square, you can pick the value with more white space. So now I'm gonna move the square to the right side and I'm gonna decrease the size of the text fields to match the square. So the text fields are as wide as the card, minus 16 on every side, so minus 32. And once again, if using some auto alignment techniques you got decimal numbers, then just go to the X and Y value and modify them to be full numbers. And then once again make sure that the text field is touching the square. Now select our text fields and center them. And if you align them correctly between those squares, they should be in the very center of the card anyway. Now it's time to remove the squares inside the card. but let's keep the other ones for now because they're gonna make it easier for us to align all of the other cards. Now select the card and the squares and move them up. And I'm gonna copy one of the 32 squares, paste it, and set the distance between the search box and the card. Then simply just align them together. Now copy the entire card, paste it, and move it to the right. And we want them exactly between those squares. 32 points from the right side of the screen and 24 between the cards. Now select both the cards and duplicate them again, and then move them down. And obviously the space between them, the vertical space, should also be 24, so I'm gonna use a 24 square to align them together. Now duplicate the 24 square and place it on the bottom of the last card, and then duplicate them again and move them down. Don't worry if they are partially cut off by the screen. This is good because it gives the user an indication that they can actually scroll the screen. Once everything is perfectly aligned, remove the helper squares between the cards. And at this point you can also remove all of the other ones as well. Now to resize each individual card the right way, it's gonna take a long time. It's both faster and easier to just type in the right category names. Remember to be precise and not to miss anything. So first of all the names have to match the names that you have in the regular list view. But also the number of items under each category name should be the same as in that list view as well. You may think that details like that are not important, but they really are. And also they're gonna teach you a way of paying attention to all of the little details because this is the job of a designer. We need to be very detail oriented. So let's quickly change all of the other category names and descriptions. Those list view items on the side are there for a reason. So just click into one of the masks, copy the photo, and then click into the mask in the card and paste the photo. And then you can move it around and reposition and resize it to actually match the card. Okay, this one is looking pretty good. Now let's do the next one. So once again, copy the photo from the first mask and then paste it onto the second mask. And of course in this case I'm gonna have to resize it to make it larger. If you want to fit more cards on one screen, you can go with rectangular photos that are not as tall as those squares. I went with squares because I want those photos to be as big as possible. Now let's repeat that process for all the other photos. And once we have all the cards inside, you can safely remove the tiles on the right. Now let's make a different kind of list with products within a category. To do that, let's duplicate list view 1. So I'm just gonna copy and paste it. And then I'm gonna move it down because it's gonna be a different kind of view. It's not gonna be category anymore, but instead it's gonna be what's inside the category. All of our frames are 100 points apart horizontally, so I'm gonna place this one 100 points apart vertically as well. It's just gonna make it a lot easier to actually look at this. Now let's zoom into the frame and let's start editing. Let's start with editing the screen title. So I'm just gonna change the text that says categories to bakery because we're gonna be in the bakery category. I have a different idea for search and filters here, so I'm just gonna remove the placeholder in the search box. Now select just the rectangle of the search box and change the width of it to 44. So it's gonna be a square that's 44 by 44. Now let's copy that square and paste it 8 points from that initial square. You can drag in an 8-point red square to make sure that they are aligned. Now I'm gonna scroll up to the login and registration screens, and then I'm gonna grab just the label of the form field, and then I'm gonna copy it and scroll back down and paste it onto our new screen. Before pasting, click into the group and of course remove the icon. Now I'm gonna create a scrollable list of sorting elements. So for example in the bakery we can sort them by wheat, by gluten-free and other kinds. Now let's drag in a 16 square and place it inside our new box. And now align the font to it. So basically the internal margin of that box should be 16 on both sides. That will give the font enough breathing room and it's gonna improve readability. Now let's zoom out and move our square away for now. Now select the rectangle and the text and group them together. And I'm gonna rename that group to category wheat. And it's best to really give them names that are gonna be easy for you to find later. Now duplicate that second group and I'm gonna add gluten-free here. And obviously the text is now larger than the box, so we need to increase the box size by 16 points on the right side of the text. So I'm just gonna place our square on the right side of the letters and then I'm gonna increase the rectangle width. Let's move our square away for now and then let's rename the group to category gluten-free. And of course in your app, in your theme, you need to make those categories match the theme of the app. Now let's duplicate one of the categories again and place it at 8 points from the last category. And I'm gonna create a category for pastries. These will serve as a quick filters for the product list below. So if we want to just see the pastries, we tap on that and the list filters to show us just the pastries. And obviously we need to increase the size of the square, so we also have 16 points on the right side. And let's create another one and place it 8 points from the last one. For this one we don't really need to add any text, but it's necessary to have that last one because it shows that you can scroll this list. Now once again, let's remove all the tiles but one. And then let's take that one and resize that background rectangle to be a lot taller. And for this kind of list, we want to have an action button, so I'm gonna remove the disclosure indicator completely. Now we already have a title and subtitle, so let's change the title of the product to an actual product. So it's gonna be a full grain round bread, and then I'm gonna change the description to something that I'm gonna come up with. And please don't use lorem ipsum, just write something that matches the product. If you're not feeling creative, found a similar product somewhere online and copy that description. But for your portfolio projects, all of the descriptions have to actually match the product. Now let's duplicate the title and move it down. This is going to be our price. So let's type in a dollar value. And because price is very important in products, I'm gonna use the color picker and change the font color to our main accent color, in my case the green. Okay, this is looking good. Now we need a button to add the product to cart. So I'm going to copy the search button, paste it and move it on top of our tile. It's going to be in the bottom right corner, but of course we will align it all later. So for now just place it there and then remove the icon from the inside. You can also experiment with the size and position of this button, so it doesn't have to be square, it can be a small rectangle. First I'm gonna turn off the borders. Now using the color picker, I'm gonna pick my second accent color. In my case it's the yellow. I picked yellow for two reasons. The first reason is that we already have a lot of green elements on that screen, so that yellow has to stand out. And the second reason is that our shopping bag icon has notifications that are in this color, so we're making a natural connection between the notification of the shopping bag and the add to cart or add to shopping bag button. Now I copied and pasted the shopping bag icon into this new square. And if your square is a darker color, then your icon inside it should be white. If it's a light color, like in my case, you can use the exact icon that you have on the top of the screen. Align the icon exactly in the center of that button. You can use auto alignment or you can draw some helper squares. Looking at it now with an icon inside, I realized that my yellow is a little bit too dark. So I'm gonna select the button, gonna go into the fill color and I'm gonna increase the lightness by 10, so from 50 to 60 in my case. When creating the very first color palettes, you sometimes can't really predict every possible combination, so sometimes you'll have to tweak those colors, and it's really good to actually manage to tweak them at the very start of your project, like in our case. For more advanced designers, you can use color styles, you can use components or color variants for this, and of course it's gonna work. But in here, I don't really want to complicate it too much, so I'm just gonna modify that one value for all the instances of this color, and luckily there aren't really many yet. Of course, if your secondary accent color looks good, you don't have to modify it and you can skip this step. Okay, one more to go and I'm done with that modification. Now let's go back to the screen that we were editing. There are a couple of options here. If you want a longer description text for your product or you want to add some additional information like tags or color options, you can just add them below, keeping the tile higher. But I'm gonna keep mine simple with just 3 elements: the title, the description and the price. So I'm gonna decrease the size of these elements and I'm gonna move the button up. But before we do this, let's also increase the size of the photo, because this is a product. This is something that makes people decide to buy it. And people buy with their eyes, so a larger photo is a must. I'm gonna change the size of the photo square from 44 by 44 to 88 by 88, so it's gonna be 2 times bigger. To make the editing easier, let's drag our helper squares and the colors down closer to that screen. I seem to be missing my 16th square, but it's very easy to just do it again. So if you remove one by accident like I did, just duplicate a different square and then just change its size. Okay, let's drag those helper squares down to our current screen. Now let's zoom in and then use the 16th square to align the card size to the photo. So I'm just gonna place it at the bottom of our photo, zoom in a little bit and yeah, move it down. And then I select the rectangle in the background and I'm gonna decrease the height so it touches the square. So once again, we want it perfectly aligned on every side. This time I'm bringing the square to the right side of the photo and I'm gonna align the text to the square. Okay, now the last thing to align here is the button, and as you can see it's at the right distance from the right side but not really at the right distance from the bottom. So I'm placing the square at the bottom of our background rectangle and then moving the button higher. Okay, let's put the 16 square back in its place and let's use the 8 square to align the text boxes. I want the distance of 8 between the price and the description, so I'm gonna move the price a little bit higher, but the distance between the individual lines in the description can't be as big as the distance between other text fields, so I'm decreasing the line height here from 17 to 15. And now it looks a little bit better, so now I use the 8 square to align the title to the description from the top. Okay, it looks good, so let's bring the 8 square back in its place. Now let's select this entire tile with the photo and the button and all the text and let's group it into a new group. And of course, right as you group it, rename the group. So I'm gonna name this one Card Bread. Now select the group, copy it and paste it below. I'm gonna use the 24 square to set the distance between those groups. So I'm just gonna drag it in, place it below the first group and it has to be outside the border, and I'm gonna move the second group down. And now let's duplicate this process with all the other groups. So just place it under the second group, duplicate it, move it down, and make sure that it's also the same distance 32 from every side. But to make it easier for this screen, I'm just gonna create 4 products. And of course you can keep going and you can create more and more products on this list. Now let's remove one of the helper squares and put the other one back. Now let's modify the second product, so I'm gonna type in another product name, and it's gonna be a croissant. Now change the description and I'm gonna go completely freestyle, so I'm just typing something that matches the product, but it doesn't have to be really good writing. And make sure to also modify the price. If you kept the same price for every product on a page, it's gonna look unnatural and phony. And before we get to the photos, it's best to handle all the names and the prices first. So I'm adding another different title, I'm writing a new description for it, and then changing the price again. Modify the last one and it's time for the photos. And if you got creative with the names first, you can then also go back and modify the prices later. I sometimes do it this way when I'm in the creative writing flow. But at the end of the day, make sure that all the prices, descriptions and titles for all the products are different. I already found some photos for my products on Unsplash, so I'm just pasting them in and placing them next to the artboard. And of course this is gonna be the same process over and over again. So you take the photo, copy it, and then go into the mask, you can zoom in if you have to, and click on the mask photo and then paste your photo there. Of course you can modify the size and position of the masked photo to showcase the product in the best way. Now repeat that step for the second photo. So I'm gonna copy my croissant photo, click into the mask with the second photo and then just paste it there. Modify the size and position. The photo has to look good, but it also has to show the product, so it can't be too small in that photo. And now let's paste in the third photo of a buckwheat bun. Okay, this is starting to look good. Now it's time for the last photo, so I'm gonna zoom in into the last tile and just paste the photo into the mask. And I'm gonna drag it a little bit to rearrange the position so it showcases the product better. Now you can select our helper photos on the side and simply remove them. Okay, now let's make a list of products, but instead of a standard list, let's show them as cards. So let's duplicate this screen. We already have photos, prices, names and descriptions of the products, so let's select all of those tiles and move them outside of the screen. And then copy and paste 2 cards from the category page. Like this, we have bakery and vegetables. I'm gonna make the cards different from the standard list tiles, so I'm gonna remove the description both from the tiles on the right and the actual cards. Now copy the first product name and then paste it into the text field on the card. And as you can see, it is 2 lines, but there is nothing wrong with that. You can make the cards taller and simply accommodate it. But for our cards, I'm just gonna decrease the font size for those titles by 2. That way they're gonna fit, and also these cards are all about the photos, so the title is secondary. Now let's copy our add to shopping bag button and move it to the first card. To make it fit, we need to increase the height of the card. Place the button roughly under the title, we will align it in a minute. Now select the background square of our button and let's increase the size. We want it to be in the center of the card, roughly the size of the photo. Now let's drag a 16 square onto the canvas and let's align the button to the card. So first I'm gonna check the left alignment, and yeah, I need to move it 1 point. Then let's check the right alignment. And it's also 1 point too short, so I'm placing the square next to the card border and then increasing the width of the rectangle. Now let's use that same 16 square to align the photo to our text. It can be away by a fraction of a point from the square, but no more. Now place the square at the bottom of the baseline of the text and let's align the button to it. I'm gonna move the icon a little bit higher so it's more in the center, and then let's move that square to the bottom of the button, and then let's decrease the height of the card to match it. Now copy the title text, go into the button and paste it there. So in my case, I'm just gonna move it down a little bit. Because of the structure of the card and being very heavily focused on the photo, we don't want too many font sizes. So I'm just gonna type in the price using that font size onto the button. Now left align the text and make that text box smaller, as small as it can be without wrapping into another line. Now let's zoom out and drag an 8 square onto the canvas. We're gonna use it to align the icon to the price. So just paste it between them and align them as well as you can. Of course, the decimal points don't really matter here. So make those distances fit that square as tightly as possible. Now select both the price and the icon and group them. And to center that group properly, I'm gonna decrease the width of the price text field. It has to be as narrow as possible. Now select the button background and that new group and use the auto alignment to center it vertically. Now remove the helper square and let's also remove the other card. Now we're gonna start duplicating that first card and use it for all of the other products. So just copy it, paste it and move it to the right side. Just make sure that the new card is 32 points away from the right side of the screen and 24 points away from the first card, and let's replace the title and the price. Now duplicate the first card again and move it down. And as usual, we want it to be 24 points from the top card. You can drag a 24 square to make sure. And while you're at it, you can also check the horizontal alignment of the first two cards. And now let's place it next to the third card, so it's gonna be easier to align the fourth card. So copy and paste one of the cards again, move it into position, and we have 4 nice looking product cards on the screen. Now change the titles to match the cards you have on the right. You can copy and paste them, and make sure to also modify all the prices so they're matching the products on the right. Now let's move our helper square back in its place, and let's start pasting in the right photos. So once again, click into the mask on the first tile, copy the photo and then click into the mask on the card and just paste it. Modify the scale and position of the photo so it looks just right. Now let's do the same thing for the second photo. Copy the photo from one mask and then just paste it inside the other. And because these squares are bigger, you need to enlarge the photos too. Now simply repeat that action for the 2 remaining photos and we are done with this screen. Now let's zoom out and just remove the tiles that are outside the screen. If you haven't already, rename that screen. I'm gonna name it Card View Products. Especially as you're starting out as a designer, it's essential to name all the groups and all the frames and all the artboards and all the screens. Because that way you keep it organized and it's much easier for you to find what you're looking for. Before we finish with this exercise, we're gonna do one more screen. That screen is gonna show what a selected category of filters look like and how it actually filters the list. So I'm gonna duplicate the list view of the products and let's pick gluten-free. Let's start by removing the borders from this section and then let's change the fill color using the color picker to our main accent color. And I'm picking the first accent color here because we don't want anything to clash with the main color for the shopping action. To show that the list has filtered, let's remove 2 things and then bring the remaining 2 cards together. And of course they need to be 24 points apart, so drag that square in and just move them together. Now let's zoom out and put the square back. They're gonna be useful in the next exercises too. If your accent color is darker than my green, you can also experiment with changing the font color there to white. But I like the contrast there better, so I'm just gonna keep it the regular color of the font. And there you have it. Together today we've created a couple of different views that are very useful in most mobile apps. Both the list views and the card views are happening in pretty much every project, so it's important to know them well. Now we have a lot of different types of screen on that page, so let's create some sections to divide them better. I'm gonna use the text tool and write in the section. Just make sure that the font is large enough. I'm gonna pick the font size 100 and I'm gonna type in login and registration. Now duplicate that text, move it up and make it a larger and thicker font. And I'm gonna type in the name of the project. So it's gonna be Organic Shops in my case, but of course for you it's gonna be the project from your theme. Just increase the font size so it's clearly visible that this is the title of this entire project. Copy the section name again and rename it to Card and List Views. And here we are. If you got to this point, congratulations. we've created some of the most common views in most mobile apps, so this is gonna be very helpful for your designs in the future. Before you move to the next exercise, please use the red square method to check if everything is perfectly aligned. Check all the screens and double check them. Design is about precision, so if you learn precision in this course, you're on your way to becoming an awesome UI designer. Now let's jump into the next part of the course. Hi, welcome to another part of the course. This time we're gonna talk about navigation. So let's copy one of the titles, move it to the right, and I'm gonna type in navigation there. Now we need a background for our navigation, so I'm gonna copy one of the screens, in this case the list view 1, and I'm gonna paste it and move it under the navigation title. Now the first thing that we want to do is to drag and select everything that's on this screen and let's group it together. So we just want to keep the OS helpers and the new group that we just created. I'm gonna click into it and change the name to screen. Now we will be building the navigation on top of that, so you need to lock the layer. After we finish the entire app, we will apply the right navigation pattern to the right screens. For now, we just want to learn how to actually build those navigation patterns. But let's expand our locked group and let's find the arrow back group, and let's remove this. Now from our icon set, take the hamburger icon, copy it and paste it onto the project. Now move it where the back arrow has been, and of course we also have to modify the color of this icon. So let's zoom out a little bit and let's select all of our helper squares and drag them closer to the current screen. It's just gonna make it easier for us to pick the colors. So now let's select the icon and using the color picker, let's pick the darker shade of our accent color. Yes, that looks a lot better. Always make sure that all your icons are consistent color-wise. Now before we continue, drag the 32 square inside, zoom in and make sure that the icon is aligned to it on the left side. Okay, now let's put the square back and let's start our first navigation pattern. And I'm gonna say it right from the start. Hamburger menu is likely one of the worst navigation styles you can ever choose. So let's talk about it briefly. Hamburger menu has two main issues. The first issue is discoverability. For some people may not even know that there is a menu in there, but also just to know what kinds of menu items we actually have in the app, you need to tap on something and activate it first, so you don't really see them right away. A better approach is a set of tabs called the tab bar that's visible all the time and it's usually placed at the bottom of the screen. It can fit between 2 and 5 tabs because if you only have one tab, you don't need any navigation at all. And that brings me to the second problem with the hamburger menu, because this is often used to show more than 5 options in the menu. And except for some very specialistic professional apps, most apps don't need that many menu items. If you can't condense your app, your product into 5 tabs or less, it means that you might have some flow problems. But because sometimes a hamburger menu is necessary, in this course we will design both of those navigation patterns. For the hamburger menu, I will show you some of the best practices, but we will mostly focus on the tabs. Now let's get back to the project, shall we? I'll start by renaming the screen to hamburger menu before. This screen is gonna show what happens before we activate the menu. So let's start by duplicating it. This is where we're gonna make the menu visible. Using the rectangle tool, let's draw a rectangle that's the full height of the frame. And usually those menus are no bigger than 2/3 of the width. So we're gonna make a roughly classic 2/3 and we're not gonna worry about it too much, but in general once you complete the menu you might decrease or increase its size depending on the content inside. I'll start by disabling the borders, and because our app is primarily white, I'm gonna make that menu stand out a little bit more, so I'm gonna pick the main accent color for the navigation menu. Now let's duplicate that rectangle again and let's drag it to the other side. So we want to have 2 rectangles covering the entire screen. One is gonna be the hamburger menu and the other is gonna be all the empty space next to it. Using the color picker, I changed the color of the second square to our darker accent color. We want to give the user some context of where they are. And I'm also gonna decrease the lightness of that color. We want that menu to stand out. Now let's turn on the OS helper group and let's zoom in a little bit more on the top of the screen. The very top rectangle in OS helpers is the status bar. So we need to be sure that nothing is actually in that safe space on the top here. But just to be sure, let's create a rectangle on the top that's the height of the status bar. It's gonna be very helpful for us to align everything in there. And I'm gonna type in safe area into this, just so we know what it does and what it is. Okay, I'm just gonna move the text into that safe area and I'm gonna change the font color to something more visible. Okay, time to populate our menu. So first of all, I'm gonna drag the 32 square to the left side of the screen because this is going to be our margin. Now copy the 48 by 48 square, zoom in and let's paste it onto the canvas. Now place it so it's touching the 32 square and this is gonna be the height of our menu item. And we can put the 32 square back in its place. I'm gonna start by block framing parts of the menu. So I'm gonna zoom in and I'm gonna modify the color of that square to be the same color as the background color, but then let's decrease the lightness so it's gonna be a darker shade. Now let's duplicate that square again and let's make a safe area for our icon. And in your first projects, before you get some experience and you get more comfortable with it, it's really best to have the placeholder for the icon be 24 by 24. That's gonna make your icons around 16 by 16 and that is the perfect size for beginners. I changed the color of the icon placeholder to white and move it to the right side. Now drag that 16 square in there and use it to align the content. So I'm just gonna place it on the right side of our icon and I'm gonna move that little white square more to the right. And make sure that the lock is disengaged and then stretch it more to the right. This is gonna be a place for our text field. And let's use the 32 by 32 square to align the text field on the right side. So as you can see, we need to stretch it out a little bit more. And once we have the menu item in place, we can now remove the helper squares. Now I'm gonna zoom in and add some labels so we know which section is which. I'm gonna write ICO and make the font smaller and that's gonna be inside that icon placeholder so we know that this is the place to put the icon. And then let's copy and duplicate the text and just write the text in there. And align that text to the very left of our white block frame. Now select the entire block frame group, copy it and then paste it below. If you don't have a lot of menu items, but you still want to use a hamburger menu, you can use a 24 square between the fields. So I'm just gonna drop the second one down to align it to the square. Remove the helper square and now let's use some real content to fill in those placeholders. I'll start with selecting the icon placeholder and decreasing the opacity. Now let's move on to the list view and let's copy one of the titles. Then go back to our menu and paste it here. Now as before, just align it to the left of the block frame. I just want to show you some principles, so I'm not gonna build the entire hamburger menu here, but let's start with renaming this first item to map. Now let's duplicate the block frame again, move it down, and obviously it has to be 24 points from the one before, so make sure the vertical distance between them is 24 again. You can use the red square for it of course as well. Now let's change this menu item to say shops, and of course you can later modify all the menu items depending on the structure and the theme of your app. For shops, I'm gonna just copy and paste the shopping bag icon again. Now place it exactly in the center of that icon safe area. And for now let's change the outline color to white. Now let's go into our icon pack and let's pick an icon for map. I'm just gonna use the map pin here, so copy it, paste it, then of course move it to the center of the icon frame and let's change the color of this icon to white as well. Okay, let's just keep the very first block frame and let's remove the other two. And once we remove the block frames, the icons can be actually turned back to the darker accent color. If your primary accent color or the background color for this hamburger menu is darker, you can keep both the icons and the text white. So I'm just quickly going to change the color of the icons and then let's remove the last block frame. But this option doesn't work in most cases because the menu items are too far apart. So let's bring the block frames back for a second. Because 48 is the right touch target size, let's just select this entire block frame group and let's move it up. Those 48 squares can actually be touching, so let's just move them very close together, like this. Now let's bring the last two block frame groups closer to the first one, so let's just move everything up. Okay, now that they're closer together, we can remove the block frames again. And let's also remove the block frames from under the text. I could keep the icons white, but because my background color is actually pretty light, I'm gonna change them to our accent color with the desaturated darker version. Now let's zoom out a little bit and let's copy in a screen title from another screen. We want those bigger letters on the top of our hamburger menu. Let's paste them in and of course they're green on green, so let's change the color to white. Some people put the logo in the hamburger menu, but I want it to be pretty minimal, so I'm just gonna type in the app name, in my case Organic Shops, but of course in your case it's gonna be the name of your app. Now let's paste the 32 by 32 square and align the title from the top and from the left. And to specify where the first menu item will start, let's add another 32 square on the bottom of the baseline of our text. And as you can see, we only have to move it by 1 point down. So I'm going to select all of the items in the menu and then just move them down to match that square. Okay, perfect. Now let's remove those squares because they're not gonna be needed anymore, and we can also remove the safe area. This is going to be version 1, so I'm gonna rename this screen to hamburger menu after 1. Now let's duplicate it. The second version is going to be a little bit different, so I'm gonna name it hamburger menu after 2. This alignment is gonna work way better for most hamburger menus, so paste in a 32 by 32 square, then let's just move the darker square to another icon and let's remove the first block frame. So just the white parts and the text. Make sure that the icon is exactly in the center of that background. Now duplicate it and move it down to the other icon. Now let's select both the block frames and the menu items and the text and move them up to touch that square. To make it more visible, I'm gonna decrease the opacity of both those squares. And now let's move the icons to the left side, to the left edge of those squares. That way the icons are actually 32 points from the left edge of the screen. You can copy and paste the 32 square that we have above just to make sure. So I'm just gonna place it along the left edge and zoom in just to see. And if you want, you can move the safe area around the icons to still be in the center of them. Now let's zoom out and grab a 16 square and let's drag it onto our canvas. So I'm just gonna copy one and paste it right there. Now bring that square to the right edge of the icon and then align the text to them. If some of your icons are wider than others, try to align it to the widest icon that you have. In my case, they are pretty similar, so I'm just gonna keep them at that. Many apps place the logout function at the end of the menu, but it's not really the best approach because it's too easy to accidentally log out, so it's best to actually place it at the very bottom of the app. Now let's switch to our icon pack and find ourselves a logout icon. We can use the typical iOS share icon and just rotate it 90 degrees and we'll have ourselves a logout icon. So let's remove the shopping bag icon and I'm gonna paste the icon from the icon pack. And as you can see, if you rotate this icon 90 degrees, it looks exactly like a logout icon. Place it in the center of our square and then let's change the color to our classic icon color, which is the desaturated accent color. Now let's grab the 32 square and let's set the bottom margin for this entire menu. So I'm gonna paste it at the very bottom of the menu, at the very bottom of the frame, and then I'm gonna move everything up so it touches the square. Now let's remove that square and let's zoom into the top part of the menu. Select one of the backgrounds and turn the lock off. Now make this background rectangle as wide as the entire menu. And then repeat it for the other menu item exactly the same way. Turn the lock off and then just resize it. Now repeat the process again for the logout menu. You can change the menu labels now, or you can do it at the end once you have the entire menu complete. Now zoom out a bit, select just the rectangles in the background of your menu and decrease their opacity, so we want them to be there just to be invisible. And I'm not gonna use a hamburger menu for my app, so I'm not gonna really pre-populate it with real icons or real text. But if you want, you can just duplicate every menu item and place it below the other one, and that way you can build your own menu. Just remember to replace the labels and the icons for the right ones. Before we go any further, make sure that the OS helpers in the background are turned off, just like this. Now select the frame without the menu, duplicate it, and let's move it down. This is going to be our tab bar. So let's start with renaming this artboard to tab bar. Now let's zoom in a little bit and let's start editing. In most apps, when the tab bar is visible, you don't really have the back arrow. The tab bar is really a top level navigation, so there shouldn't be a place to actually go back from it. So if you're in one of the tabs from the main navigation on the tab bar, you should only be able to go forward. And then of course you could have the back arrow on the next level down. Once again, let's select all the layers on that screen, group them and lock that group. Now turn on the OS helpers group. And as you can see, we already have an outline for the tab bar. So let's just draw a new rectangle on top of everything that's exactly that size. And let's change the color to white. In this part of the course, we're not really gonna be using a lot of shadows, so let's add a border to our tab bar. We just want to keep the top border, so we have to hide the left, right and bottom ones, and you can do it by turning the border type to outside. Now let's change the border color by picking the color from the already existing borders on that screen. As you can see, if I change my border style to inside, it's gonna show on every side, and we don't really want that, so either make it to the outside, or you can grab this entire rectangle and just stretch it a little bit outside of the frame. That way you will make sure that only the top border is visible. Before we go any further, let's do some math. So I'm gonna add a text field in the center of the tab bar and I'm gonna type 390. I'm gonna change the color to black so it's visible. And this is the full width of the tab bar and of that iPhone screen. If you're designing for a different device, this number will be different. Now I'm gonna show you how to calculate the size of every single tab in different tab configurations. If you want just 2 tabs, it's just 390 divided by 2, which is 195. If all you need is just 2 tabs, create 2 rectangles 195 points wide. Make sure that they either don't have a border or that that border is overlapping on both. I'm gonna move them outside the frame and then duplicate that rectangle in the background. So this is an option for 2 tabs. Now let's think about what happens when we have 3 tabs. In our case, it's gonna be easy. It's just gonna be 390 divided by 3, which is 130. So if you change the width of that tab to 130, you should be able to fit 3 easily in the frame. To make sure, you can duplicate that rectangle 3 times. Just make sure that the border in between them is overlapping, so there is just one line of border between those tabs. Now let's drag those down even lower just to have the option. And of course I'm going pretty quickly, so those 195 rectangles are probably not 195. I'm just showing you the principle here. If we want to have 4 tabs, it's gonna be 97.5, and we can't really have decimal numbers. So what do we do in this case if we want to have 4 tabs at a 390 wide screen? Let's round the number down for a second and let's start with a new rectangle. I'm gonna set the width of it to 97. And then I'm gonna turn the borders off and I'm gonna change the color to something a little bit more visible. Okay, let's type in 97 in the width field, and obviously we can now start duplicating it and just leave a little bit of space in between them, right? Well, let's duplicate that rectangle and move it to the far right side. Now let's duplicate it again and move it to the left. That's 1 point away from that main rectangle. And as you can see, we're still missing 1 point between them. So how do we solve the problem to have 4 equally wide tabs? Well, let's remove the last 3 and just keep the first one. And let's change the size of it to 96. 4 times 96 is 384. 390 minus 384 equals 6. So it means that we will have 3 spaces of 2 points each. So we just have to divide them by 2-point distances. And as you can see, we can easily align 4 tabs in that space. So if for your screen size you're having trouble dividing it into equal parts, you can play around with the spacing between them to make them both equally wide and equally distributed. So I'm gonna grab these helper rectangles with the numbers as well and drag them below all the other ones. After a while, you'll be able to calculate the proper size and distance for those cards automatically. You can choose any number of tabs for your project. I'm gonna pick 5 tabs for mine, and 390 divided by 5 is 78, so I'm creating a new rectangle and changing the width of it to 78. Make sure the lock for that rectangle is off and then make it a little bit taller. So it's 78 by 86 in my case. To make it more visible, I'm gonna change the color to red. Now let's copy that rectangle, paste it, and place it right next to the first one. And let's decrease the opacity of the second one so you can see where one begins and the other ends. Repeat this process all 5 times, so you should end up with 5 rectangles on the tab bar. Just make sure that they are evenly spaced. In my case, the 4th one was overlapping the 3rd, so I'm gonna move it 1 point to the right and they all look perfect. I already picked 5 tabs for my project, so I'm not gonna need all those helpers outside, so I'm gonna select them and remove them. Just to make the icons a lot easier to see, I'm gonna decrease the opacity of the first and the last rectangle. Just make sure that you can still see where one rectangle ends and the other begins. So you have 5 distinct tabs. We already had 2 icons in the hamburger menu, so I'm just gonna select them, copy them, move back to our current screen and then paste them. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit so they paste closer to the tab bar. Then move each one in the middle of one of those tabs. Make sure that the icons are above the tab backgrounds on the layer list, and if they're not, just move them up like this. We need 3 more icons, so I'm gonna go back into our icon pack, copy the heart icon, zoom in and then paste it onto the 3rd tab. Now I'm gonna go back again and grab the document icon, copy it and then paste it onto the 4th tab. I'm gonna move it into the center of the tab and then let's switch back to the icon set because we also need a profile icon. I'm gonna use the person icon for that, so I'm just gonna copy it, paste it and then move it into the center of the 5th tab. Now select all the icons and let's change their color to the color that we are using for the icons. In my case, it's gonna be the desaturated accent color, so I'm just gonna use the color picker on one of the other icons that are already good. Now grab your OS Helpers group and move it on the layer list above our tabs. This area at the bottom here is the safe area of the screen, so we shouldn't put any text in there. So let's figure out where to put the labels underneath the icons. Let's select all the icons and move them closer to the top edge of the tab bar. As close as possible because we're gonna move them down later anyway. Now let's add a new text field and I'm gonna type in shops because this is gonna be the title of the first tab. Now change the font style to medium because bold fonts are not gonna look well here. And tab bar labels are probably the only place where you can use a font smaller than 12, so let's go with 10. But even here you shouldn't go below 10. Now let's change the color using the color picker to the color of our icons. Make sure that the text label is in the center of the icon, then duplicate it and move it to the next icon. I'm going to actually change the first tab to say map. This is gonna be a map view and we will build it later. Now duplicate the second tab label, move it to the third tab. This is going to be our favorites section. So I'm gonna type in favorites as the label and then I'm gonna align it in the center of the icon again. Now copy and paste that label and move it to the next section. This is going to be history. Make sure it's in the center of the icon, then duplicate it again, move it to the last section and rename it to profile. Because we already have a shopping bag icon, I'm gonna go back to the icon set and just copy the leaf icon that's also in the logo, and this is gonna be the substitute for shops. So just copy it, go back to the main file and paste it in place. So I'm removing the shopping bag icon, pasting the new icon from the set. Then I move it to the center of the tab and align it horizontally and vertically so it's in line with all the other icons. And now let's change the color to the color that we have in all the other icons. If you followed along the biggest UI problems that I mentioned in a previous part of this course, you'll probably notice that the red in the background is clashing with our font and icon color. If you're using that red as just a helper file, that's okay because you're gonna turn it off and it's not gonna clash anymore in the final product. So I turned the OS helpers off and then I'm gonna select each tab one by one, then shift click to select the text and the icon and then use the auto alignment tool to align everything horizontally. Just make sure you do it for every tab, so every tab needs to have the icon and the text exactly in the center of that tab. Alright, this is starting to look like a proper tab bar. Nice. Now to make things easier, let's zoom out a little bit and let's drag all of our helper squares closer to that screen. It's just gonna make it easier for us to select them and drag them onto it. Now let's copy an 8 square and then let's paste it onto the canvas. We want the baseline of the font to be 8 points away from the safe area of the OS helpers. So we have to select all the fonts and simply move them a little bit higher. Here is one option. Let's drag a 16 square in and place it above our label. Now using the rectangle tool, draw a rectangle on the remaining top part of the tab bar. So it has to touch the top of the tab bar and also the top of that red square. And as usual, turn the borders off. Select all the icons and then move them all together to the bottom of that newly created square. So they are touching that red square of 16. Remove the red square, zoom out a little bit and we can turn the OS helpers off. For now, I'm gonna select all the tab backgrounds but just the rectangles, not the icons and the text, and I'm gonna group them together. And I'm gonna rename this group to menu helpers. They're going to be useful more than once. But for now, let's hide the entire group. Just hide it, don't remove it. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit and let's look at our menu. And while we're at it, we can also remove that helper text of 390. It's not gonna be necessary anymore. Now we're gonna make one of the tabs to be selected, so I'm gonna grab an 8 square and paste it above the label, like this. Then I'm gonna copy that square and paste it on the very top of the tab bar. Now let's draw a new rectangle in between of those squares. As usual, turn the border off. If that new rectangle covers the icon, find it on the layer list and simply drag it below the icon on the layer list. This rectangle should be roughly as wide as the longest text label under our icons, so I'm gonna make it almost as wide as favorites. If you prefer, you can also try using a square here instead of a rectangle. I'm gonna use the color picker and change the color to our main accent color. And then let's round the corners to 8. Remove the 8 squares and let's select all of the text labels except for the shops, so click on Map, Favorites, History and Profile while holding the Shift key. And let's increase the lightness of those text fields, so I'm gonna increase it by 20, from 40 to about 60. Now we can zoom out a little bit, just to see how that menu looks in the context of the entire screen. Let's zoom back in again. If you want, you can change the color of the active icon to white, especially if your accent color is a darker shade. This is also optional, but you can modify the label of the active tab to also be the color of the accent, so I'm gonna change it to green. As I mentioned before, if we already have a high level tab selected, we don't need the back arrow on the top. So let's go into that screen group that we already created before. Let's find the group with the back arrow and then remove it. Now let's find the categories text and move it to 32 points from the side of the screen. To make it simpler, I'm gonna modify the X value to just be 32. And now let's modify the text from categories to shops because this is the selected tab. Now let's open the menu helpers group and let's select all the rectangles holding the shift key and then drag them outside the group but below our tabs. Now zoom in again, holding the shift key, click on the icon, the label and the tab, and then just group them together. And of course you need to name that group, so I'm gonna name it menu1_map. Now let's select the second tab together, and in my case the selection indicator is actually below that red rectangle, so I'm just gonna drag it on top of it so it's still visible, just like this. Now holding the shift key, let's select all of the elements in the second tab. That includes the icon, the selector, the label and the background. Now let's group them together and call them menu2 shops. Now let's do the same thing for favorites. So shift click and select the icon, label and the background, group them, and I'm gonna call them menu3 favorites. And then let's do the same thing with history and profile. So it's gonna be menu4 history and menu5 profile. Just make sure that all of the elements are selected within the group. Now click into each of those new menu groups and select just the rectangle in the background, and then using the slider decrease the opacity down to 0. So we want that rectangle in there, but we want it to be invisible. Now let's zoom out and see how the menu looks like. And it's looking really good. In some apps, the profile icon can also be the photo of the user. So let's duplicate the screen and create a version like that. Let's zoom in to the profile section, and using the oval tool, let's create a circle by holding the shift key and dragging. And let's make the circle about the size of all the other icons, so it can't be significantly bigger. It has to be proportional with all the icons, and this looks good. Let's turn off the borders, and now let's find ourselves a photo. And in general, I believe that it's best to actually use your own photo in profiles like this, because that makes you more emotionally attached to the product you're designing. So I copied and pasted one of my photos and I place it above our circle. Now on the layer list, select both the photo and the circle, and you can also drag the photo closer to the circle on the layer list and remove the user icon. Let's select them together and then simply mask. In some cases, when the photo is a completely different color, you can select just the photo and add a fill to it. And I'm gonna use the color picker to pick the color of all the other icons. Now let's decrease the opacity of that fill to about 30%. And that way your photo, no matter what it looks like, has a hint of our accent color in it. That can make it look more consistent with all the other elements on the screen. But of course you can also turn it off. If you want to play around with some options, you can select the selected tab label and change it to a bold font. That way it's gonna be more visible and more prominent. Now let's zoom in a little bit and let's duplicate this screen again just to check another option for menu selectors. Whenever I can, I want to show you a couple of safe options that you can use for your menus and other elements on the screen. So let's duplicate the screen and let's zoom in into the selector. Let's click into it, and the first thing that we want to do is bring the opacity up a little bit on the background tile under our menu. Now I'm gonna decrease the border radius of our selector down to 0, and I'm gonna stretch it to be just as big as that background under the menu. And of course green text on a green background doesn't quite work, so let's select the text and change the color to white. Now let's zoom out a little bit and we can compare the menus. You've probably seen a lot of apps where that menu is not as tall. But this is the safest path to choose at first, and when you get more confident, you'll be able to choose the different height and different elements on it. I'm gonna quickly go back and populate our hamburger menu with the right options that we already have on all the other screens. So I'm just gonna copy in the icons and replace the text. Okay, now the hamburger menu is also consistent tab-wise with the tab bar. This is good. My main app is not gonna use the hamburger menu, but still, once we're designing it, it's best to have it all consistent. So to achieve that, let's also copy the new shops icon, which is gonna be the leaf instead of the shopping bag. And I'm gonna paste it in and replace it. Once it's in place, remove the shopping bag below and let's change the color of that leaf to our main icon color, which is also our accent desaturated color. Now grab the invisible background of that menu item and make it a little bit smaller on each side. Then bring the opacity back and change the fill color to white. Now round the corners of that background to 8 points. Now grab the 16 square, copy it and paste it onto the canvas. Let's use it to pick the distance from the left edge of the screen and from the right edge of the menu. So just decrease the size of your selector so it fits between the two squares. And there we have it, a couple of very safe options for different types of navigation, including the hamburger menu, the tab bar with different tab selectors and more. And you can of course explore more, and once you get more confident and once you get more design experience, you'll be able to modify these patterns to your liking. But before this happens, it's really best to go along the safe path. Okay, navigation is done. We will apply it along with the proper patterns in all of our screens at the very end once we have them all. See you in the next part of the course. Hi, today we're gonna be making detail and profile screens, so let's start by duplicating the title of our section, and I'm gonna call it detail and profile. We're gonna build a profile for the user, in this case myself, and the detail screen for a product. But of course you can then use the same idea for a detail screen for the actual store. So I'm gonna copy the card view products we created before and paste it under the detail and profile. And for clarity, try to align it so it's in the same line as all the previously created screens. Okay, let's start by removing the store name and the category. So I'm gonna just select them and delete them. Now, as this is going to be a product screen, I'm gonna rename bakery to product. Some designers put the name of the product in that top section, but in many cases it would be too long to fit completely. So for context, I'm just gonna type in product and we're gonna have a larger product name below. Then select 3 out of the 4 cards that you have and move them to the side of the screen. We're gonna only need just one. On this screen, I want to replace the 3 dots icon with a heart. This is gonna allow the user to add the product to favorites. So I'm just gonna zoom in and select the rectangle in the background, and I'm gonna bring back some of the opacity. It's gonna be helpful for alignment. Let's remove that more icon and let's place the heart exactly in the middle of that square. Now change the color of this icon to the colors that we have for all the icons, or the saturated accent color. And now select the background square and decrease the opacity. Looking good. Now select our card and move it a little bit higher. It doesn't really matter to where you move it because we're gonna align it at the end. Select the rectangle in the background and stretch it to make it wider. And also you can zoom out and grab all the helper squares and move them closer to your screen. It's gonna make it easier. Now grab a 32 square and position it on the left side of your new rectangle. Okay, this looks good. Now position it on the right side and you need to stretch the rectangle to actually fit between that, so I'm gonna make it a little bit wider. And that's looking good. Let's start with setting the photo. So to make some space, I'm gonna select the button and the text and move it down. Then click into the photo and click on the mask, just the mask item, and resize it to fill the card. And I'm gonna turn off the lock icon because I want a rectangle here, not a square. It doesn't have to be that high and it will allow us to have more space for the text. Now click on the photo inside the mask, resize it and reposition so it fills the new rectangle. Now let's drag that 32 square outside and let's bring a 16 square to the inside. The mask was already 16 points from the top and the left, so all we have to do is to adjust it on the right side to also be 16 points away from the card background. And this is looking good. It's 16 points away on the left, top and the right. So now we can drag that square back. Let's bring in a 24 square. I'm gonna place it at the bottom of the photo and then I'm gonna grab just the title and bring it up. And let's change the title alignment to left and I'm gonna increase the font size to 24. We want those titles to be big and visible because this is after all a products page. I'm gonna change the weight to bold and I'm gonna stretch the text field so the title is in one line. And once we're at it, I'm gonna go into the color and I'm gonna decrease the lightness by around 10%. And now just align it to the square. Now let's zoom out and let's make the background rectangle a little bit higher because we want to fit a little bit more content onto it. The button is going to be at the very bottom, but for now I'm just gonna move it outside of that rectangle. We're gonna bring it back later. But before we do, let's align the card to the top header. So I'm gonna bring in a 32 square and I'm gonna place it at the baseline of that font and then I'm gonna move the card up. So basically the card is going to be 32 points from the baseline of our heading. Now place the 24 square at the baseline of our product title. It's time to start writing a description. Whenever you can, try to reuse things that you've already designed. This will help with both speed and consistency. So I'm just gonna scroll back to our card and list views, and I'm gonna zoom in into one of the lists where we already had a description, and I'm just gonna copy that text field, zoom onto our current screen and paste it there. Now let's drag the description to our 24 square in a way where the capital letter, the first letter, is actually touching that square. And now let's change the font size to 14, because this has to be a little bit more readable, and I'm gonna increase the line height to about 20. If you want, you can research the golden ratio and you can use that rule to figure out the line height from the font size, but you can also multiply it by about 1.3 or 1.4 and it's gonna work. 1.6, which is the golden ratio, should work as well. So I just dragged in two 16-point squares and I'm gonna place them on each side of our card, and then I'm gonna increase the size of that text field to fit between those fields. And as this is a full product view, let's write a little bit more text. And as usual, it doesn't have to really make sense, it doesn't have to be literary genius, but it has to make sense in terms of this particular product, so it has to match the product in some way. So just think about anything that comes to your mind when you're thinking about the product that you're showing and write something about it. If you're not feeling particularly creative, you can just search for anything related to the product, so any descriptions, and try to paraphrase them. Just don't use lorem ipsum or any text that doesn't really match the product. The best portfolios are thought out to every single little detail. Let's drag in a 32 square and position it at the baseline of our description text. Now we can start adding some more content to this card to make this more interesting. I'm gonna scroll away to one of the forms that we've created before, and I'm gonna just select the label of the form field. I'm gonna copy it, zoom in back to the current screen and then paste it. Now place that label so your capital letter, in my case the Y, is touching the 32 square above. Now to add some additional information to this, I'm gonna change the your email label to say your rating, because you'll be able to actually rate the product. Then I'll duplicate the field, move it to the right, and I'm gonna change the text to say last purchase. In the case of my app, this is just gonna say when was the last time that I bought this bread. But in your app and in your theme, you can have two completely different sections there. For example, if you're building an app for surfing shops, you can have the model and the year of release there instead of the rating and the purchase. Now I'm gonna select all the text content and the helper squares and move it down a little bit, and I'm gonna duplicate the button from below and move it just under the title. Now click into the button and just remove the shopping bag icon. This is gonna be our price field, and you don't have to do it in a rectangle, you can just do it using a colored font, but I prefer to make it a little bit more visible and a little bit more prominent. Now increase the size of the font to 16 because price is really important on a product page. If you change the font size to a larger value and the font drops to the other line like this, just make it wider. And then select the background rectangle, the yellow one in my case, and using the color picker, pick the main accent color for it. This price is gonna be a rectangular badge, so it's not gonna be a button. That's why I can decrease the height of it to around 32. Now grab a 16 square and position it on the left side inside our newly created rectangle. Then align the font to it. Now move that square to the other side of the font and then make that rectangle smaller so it touches that square on the right side. Okay, now let's put that square back and let's align that text now vertically in the center of the rectangle. So in my case, I'm just gonna move it down a little bit. But of course, you can also use the squares inside to check if it's the same distance from the top and from the bottom. Now use the 16 square to align that newly created price box to the baseline of the title. And in this case, as you can see, there is just a tiny gap between that square and the title baseline. This is fine if the gap is smaller than 1 point. Now place that 16 square at the bottom of our price tag, select everything below it and just move it up. And because we want to align it to the capital letter, I'm gonna move that square to the left, and now we can bring all of this closer together. Now I'm gonna remove one of the 16 squares and the 32 square. I'm just gonna keep one of the 16 squares for further alignment. So I'm just gonna move it from the right side to the left here. I'm not sure if you've noticed it, but that last purchase label looks a little bit weird, a little bit off. So I'm just gonna duplicate that 16 square, move it to the right side as well, and then I'm gonna duplicate it again and move one of them to the very center. You can use auto align for this. And right now, I just created 2 sections, invisible sections for each of these objects. That will help our brain to see the hierarchy and where every section should begin and should end. So as you can see, those 2 invisible sections will now look a lot better. Now let's grab some icons. I'm just gonna copy the star icon first, that's gonna serve for the rating. And then I'm gonna paste it and move it under the your rating label. Let's start by turning the border off of that star, and as you can see it disappears, so let's turn a fill on. And then using the color picker, I'm gonna pick our yellow. But if you're using different colors, then just pick a yellow that kind of matches the colors that you have. And then I'm gonna duplicate that star 5 times, and let's assume that this bread is actually a 5-star product. Then group those stars together and rename it to stars. Now let's zoom out a little bit, and I'm gonna duplicate that last purchase label, and I'm gonna move it a little bit below and to the right, and let's type in something like 2 days ago, 3 days ago, a week ago, or a specific date. Now, because the content itself is more important than the labels, I'm gonna select both those labels, and using the color pickers, I'm gonna pick that lighter shade of font that we have above. Now let's jump into our icon set, and I'm gonna pick a clock icon, but of course if it fits you better, you can use a calendar icon instead. I'm just gonna copy it and then paste it here. We want that icon to be at the same height as those stars, so I'm just gonna align it first to the stars, then move it back to the right, and then let's align the text so it's in the center of the icon. Now select the icon shapes, and using the color picker, change the border color to our secondary desaturated accent color. Okay, now it's time to remove the helper squares, and let's drag the button in. Place it on the left, 16 points from the left edge of the background rectangle, and then stretch the background of the button to be also 16 points from the right. Now let's change the text to a more welcoming add to bag. Of course, if your icon is a shopping cart, then it should say add to cart. Then select both the text and the icon and just center them on the button using the auto alignment. You can then increase the height of the background cart rectangle. But of course we need to align the button to the things above it first. Now let's drag a 32 square in and place it right below the stars. Now let's drag a 16 square and let's place it below everything. It's going to help us align the bottom of the button to the bottom of the card. So drag the button down so the top of the button touches the 32 square, and then place the 16 square below the button and modify the height of the card. And as you can see, we now have proper hierarchy and good alignment. Okay, let's drag those squares back in their place. And if you haven't done it automatically, paste in an 8-point square and then check the baseline of the label to the stars and then the baseline of the other label to the clock icon. If they match, then you're fine. Okay, time to add one last section to this screen. Copy the main title of the screen and then paste it below. Now I'm gonna change the text to say similar products, because this is gonna be a list of products that are similar to the one that we're just viewing. Now let's drag in a 32 square. Then I'm gonna zoom in a bit and I'm gonna align this newly created text to that square. I'm gonna copy the square and paste it, and I'm gonna align it to the bottom of the card. That way we want our text to be 32 points from the card and 32 points from the left edge, and then we can bring back one of the squares and remove the other. Now comes the easy part. We already have those cards created, so I'm just gonna drag them together one by one. But this time, instead of the distance of 16 between them, I'm gonna set the distance of 8. The distance between them is smaller because I want to show a little bit of that third card. That is because when the user sees a card that's cut off by the screen like this, they instantly know that they can scroll these cards. Now I'm gonna drag in a 16 square to the baseline of the title, and then I'm gonna just drag those cards to touch that square from the bottom. And this screen is done. Just drag that helper square back, and we can now copy the screen, paste it, and make a version of it. But first I'm gonna double click on the name, and I'm gonna name this screen Product Detail 1. Now let's copy the entire screen, paste it, and then let's start modifying. This first change is gonna be very subtle, but it's actually worth doing a version of a screen like that. Because if you actually favorited a product, it's gonna have the heart icon selected. So I'm selecting the heart icon and I'm removing the border and adding a fill color. And I want a pretty desaturated heart color, so it can have some red in it, but I don't want it to be very red. That way it's gonna combine a lot better with all the other colors that we have in the app, and it's not gonna clash, because as you can see, our red squares are very red on purpose. It just makes them very visible on top of all the other UI elements. I'm just gonna quickly change the name of this screen to Product Detail 1 Loved. Now let's duplicate that first screen again and let's make a proper alternative and a little bit more fancy version of it. Move over to that new screen and let's start by selecting the card in the background, but just that rectangle, nothing else, not the entire group, and then let's remove it. Then click and drag on the content to select the entire product card. And then let's move it to the left, because we want now the whole product card to start at 32 points, because there is no product card background, it just starts as it is. But just to be sure that it's aligned well, paste in a 32 square and just move it along the left edge. And I've noticed that my price box is not aligned perfectly, it's at 31 points instead of 32, so let's just select it and move it into the right spot. And of course, if you have this problem as well, you should go back and actually modify it on all the screens that have this element. Now click into the group that has the mask and the photo only, copy it, then remove it, then click on the OS helpers and paste it again. That way it's gonna paste it just above OS helpers on the layer list. Now holding the shift key, resize the image so it actually takes up the whole width of the screen. Just make sure the photo doesn't stretch and it's still proportional. Now we need to do some modifications so we're able to see both our icons and our title. So I'm creating a new rectangle in the background. It's gonna be as wide as the entire screen, but it's not gonna be as tall as the photo. Now let's go into the fill and modify the fill type to a gradient. Then click on one of the colors, select black, and then click on the other edge and select black as well. Now make sure that the bottom handle is selected, if not just click on it again and then decrease the opacity of that to 0%. Then select the top handle and decrease the opacity to about 80 or 90%. Now let's zoom in into our icons and let's modify their border color to white. That's gonna make them more visible on a background like that. So just click on the border color, change it to white, and then select the other icon, click on the border color and change it to white as well. Next, of course, I have to do the same for the arrow icon, so let's change that to white, and then for the title of the screen. So let's change that to white as well. And as you can see, now we have a more visual approach to the product page that has a big photo on the top. Well, this of course looks more appealing visually than the standard card product approach, but I am showing you both for a reason. If you're gonna make a portfolio project and you want different apps with different detail pages, we don't really want them to all look the same. And that way you'll know how to make one with the top header photo and how to make one with a card and possibly how to combine it even if you really need to. I want a little bit more space for the content here, so I decreased the size of the mask for the header photo. That way the photo is not as tall. And then I'm gonna place a 32 square at the bottom of the photo and drag my content to touch it. But of course, because the content was made for a different size, we now need to align it on the right side as well. So I'm gonna take my 32 square and place it on the right side of the screen, and then I'm gonna increase the size of the text field. And even if it doesn't change because it still wraps the text the same way, this is fine. Let's just move it down and then increase the size of the button, and then make sure to center the text on the button along with the icon. As a reminder, if you want to center two things at the same time, it's best to just group them and center the group. You can use Command plus G on the Mac or Control plus G on Windows. Now, because this screen is a little bit more spacious, I'm gonna grab a 48 square to the bottom of the button, and then I'm gonna select our cards including the title, and I'm gonna drag it to that square. And let's align it to the top. Okay, now let's zoom out and let's put those squares back in their place, but we're not really done with this screen yet. Do you know what else is still out of place here because of the change we made? Exactly, it's those two columns with the your rating and last purchase elements. So let's zoom in a little bit, but let's grab a 32 square first. So I'm gonna copy one, paste it, and do the same thing with alignment that we did before. So I'm gonna move one of those squares to the left side of the screen, one to the right, and then one to the very center. Because the actual space for the content is now larger than just the card, it's the entire screen, we need to move that second column a little bit to the right. So yeah, now it looks a lot better. We can remove the helper squares and then let's focus on the next screen. This is going to be a profile screen. And before we begin, it's important to note that a profile screen can both be a profile for the user, in that case yourself, or it can be a profile screen for a store. So you can use some of these screens as templates for other kinds of screens with pretty much different content. For the profile screen, let's start with the simple approach. So I'm gonna copy the product detail 1 screen. That's the one with the card. And we're gonna start with a very simple, very minimal profile. Okay, the first thing to do here is to clear out some space. So I'm gonna select our cards and the title above the cards, and I'm gonna drag them outside of the screen. They might come in handy later. We're not gonna need an add to bag button on a profile screen. Chances are we're not gonna be adding people to bags. So let's remove both the button and the labels for your rating and last purchase. Of course, if you want and if you have an idea, you can leave those labels in and you can add something else there. I'm gonna also remove the photo completely and then I'm gonna decrease the height of the card. I want a little bit of space on the top first. And let's rename this entire screen to profile. But because profile is gonna be the very top level tab, we don't need a back arrow. We will be adding the navigation patterns to all of our screens at the very end, so for now I'm not gonna add our tabs to the bottom of this screen. Let's just create it so it's ready for that. Now let's scroll to the side to the list view and I'm gonna copy the title of the screen with the accent colored letters. Then I'm gonna go back to the new profile screen and I'm gonna write in my name there. Now let's go back to one of the navigation screens where we actually created a profile icon using our own photo. I'm gonna select that icon now, copy it, then go back to our profile screen and then paste it. After pasting it, I'm gonna move it to the left side of our title text, which is in this case my name, and I'm gonna increase the size of it to 48. So it's gonna be a circle of 48 by 48. Make sure that it's vertically in the center of the text, especially the capital letters, and make sure that it's 32 points from the left side of the screen. And actually, while we're at it, because this is not going to be a detail screen but a profile screen, let's move this entire artboard down and then let's move our helper squares closer to it. Okay, let's start by dragging a 16 square in and placing it on the right side of the photo. Now let's pick the big title with the name and let's move it to attach that square on the right side. In the case with a longer name, you can drop the last name to the second line. That of course will require a slightly different alignment where the first name is actually aligned to the top of the photo and not to the center of it. But I'm gonna stick with just one line here. Okay, now I move that square back and I'm gonna click into the card first. And what we want to do here is to remove the title of the card, which was the name of the bread, because we don't really need that anymore. Now click into the card background, but make sure that just the background is selected. And then lower it down so it's 16 points from that price tag. You can use the Alt key to see that distance, but of course if you're not sure, just use the red square. And then let's move everything higher. Now I'm gonna drag the 32 square and place it at the bottom of the photo and I'm gonna align the top of the card to it. I'm gonna reuse that badge to signify the kind of account that the user has, so I'm just gonna type in premium instead of the price. But because this information is a lot less important than the price, I'm gonna decrease the font size to 14. And with that decreased size, I'm gonna move it a little bit higher in the rectangle so it's in the center. Now let's drag that 16 square and make sure that it's aligned well within that rectangle. It was good on the left side, but then let's place our square on the right side of the text and then increase the size of the rectangle to fit. Perfect. Now let's duplicate this entire element and let's type in how many points this person has. So I'm gonna type a number and points. One pro tip here is that the more points you actually give your users in apps, the better. So even if the value of something is just 1 point, it's best to give them 100 points for that same value. And of course use that 16 square again to align it on the right side of that tile. Now, because these are not actions, they're just information, I'm gonna group them closer together. They're kind of a very similar type of information, so an 8 square between them is gonna be just fine. Now the next thing we do is that we don't want those two elements to be the same color, so I'm gonna use the color picker to change it to the second accent color. Now let's drag in a 24 square, place it at the bottom of those tiles, and then let's move our text up, the description text. And as usual, let's align this to the top of the capital letter, in my case the A. And I'm gonna type in a different text, something like an about me, but of course you can be creative and write something that matches you better. Now let's drag that 24 square to the bottom of the baseline of the last line of our text, and then let's align the bottom of the card to it. So I'm just gonna make the card shorter. Just drag it by the handle and make it shorter, just like this. And then you can place that square back. Now let's zoom out a little bit and let's drag the cards that we dragged out before. The cards with the products. Of course, the cards here will serve the purpose of being the recent purchases of that profile. But just that would be a little bit boring, so let's duplicate those cards and using them, we'll create an option of them where we show the favorite stores of that person. So for the favorite stores, we're not gonna need a purchase button. So I'm just gonna remove the buttons in every one and then I'm gonna type in the store names. So I'm gonna start with my very favorite store here. And then I'm gonna add a secondary store, and in this case we're gonna do it in 2 lines. And I picked two lines because it's the best way to also show that when you have two lines and one line in some of the other options, it's best to still align it to the top. I'm gonna use the 16 square and position it at the baseline of the second line of our text to figure out how big the cards should be. And that empty space at the bottom of the very first card is just fine. So now I'm making the third card smaller as well. And now the goal is to replace the photos of these products by actual store photos. But first, of course, let's put that square back in its place. And now I'm gonna change the title of this section to Favorite Stores. Now let's duplicate the title and move it down under the store cards. And I'm gonna change the title to Recently Purchased. And for that, it's gonna be easy because we can just use the existing cards that we already have, so we can just drag them right in. Now drag in a 16 square and let's check the distance from the titles to the cards. So first let's check the distance in the first section, and as you can see, this distance looks good. Now let's drag the square to the second section, and let's put the square at the baseline of the font. As you can see, the cards are a little bit too low, so let's select all of them and simply move them up. Okay, that's perfect. Just remember to always put your square back into the toolbox. I already found the photos that I want to use for the stores, so I'm just gonna paste them in here. And as usual, I'm just gonna copy the photo, zoom in and click into the mask and then paste the photo in, then move it, resize it, position it in just the right way. And then the process repeats for the second photo. So I'm just gonna select the photo, copy it, then zoom into the mask, click into the mask, so make sure that you're in the layer list within the mask and then just paste the photo. Now I'm gonna copy the third photo, click into the mask and then paste it. And since it's off the screen, you don't really need to worry about position as much. Now I'm gonna select those three photos outside the screen and remove them. Now let's drag in a 32 square and let's check the distances again. So I'm just gonna place it at the bottom of our description card. And because the rest of that content is already well aligned, I'm just gonna select everything and move it up so it touches that square from the bottom. And of course we want the capital letter to touch it, so I'm just gonna move the square a little bit to the left so it's easier to see. Okay, now let's move it up. Perfect. Now I'm gonna move that 32 square to the bottom of the stores card, and I'm gonna just select the recently purchased cards. And now let's move that up as well. Okay, looking good. Now let's put the helper square back and let's work on an alternative version. So let's start by taking that profile screen and making a copy of it. And I'm gonna call that screen Profile Alternative. I'm gonna start by removing the word profile from the title completely. And then I'm gonna remove the background from our card with the description. Then, using the rectangle tool, I'm gonna draw a new rectangle at the top of the screen. And I want it to be as wide as the entire screen, and we will figure the proper height in a minute. For now, just create it, and then on the layer list on the left, just drag this new rectangle to almost the bottom of the screen, just above the OS helpers group. Now, having that rectangle selected, I'm gonna use the color picker and change the background color to our accent color. And that of course made our title, which was also using the accent color, disappear. So I'm just gonna drag the title a little bit lower so it's still visible. Now select our photo, and in this version we're gonna make it a lot bigger. So I'm gonna use a number that you can divide by 8, which is gonna be 160. Now here's a trick. You can select the photo on the previous profile screen and then just flip it around. That way the person is looking at the name. And in case of a profile photo like that, the person looking at the name is gonna have a lot bigger impact than a person looking away from the name. This is because we naturally follow what people are looking at. Now in the alternative screen, I'm gonna place the photo in the middle of the bottom edge of our newly created background rectangle. Now click and drag to select all of the grouped cards below and just move them a little bit lower, or you can move them outside of the screen completely. We just need a little bit more space here. I'm gonna place the name right under the photo, but this time I'm gonna pick a different color. So I'm gonna go with our desaturated accent color and I'm gonna decrease the lightness by 10. We've already used this color on a couple of screens before. Now let's decrease the size of that font from 32 to 24. Because I decreased the size of the font, it wasn't really in the middle of the photo anymore, so I'm just bringing it back to the center of the screen. Now let's drag a 32 square and place it at the bottom of the photo. Now move the text down so the capital letter touches that square. Now let's drag that square down again and place it at the baseline of the name. And let's drag the group with the badges towards that square. So the badges are gonna be 32 points from the baseline of the name, and we can put that square back now. Now I'm grabbing the 24 square and placing it at the bottom of the badges, And this is going to help us to align the description to the badges. And I'm selecting the description and changing the text alignment to center. You shouldn't really use centered text for longer paragraphs of text, but because a lot of this profile is centered, we can have a short paragraph like this centered as well. Now I dragged in two 32 squares, which are our main margins, and placed them on both sides of the screen. Then I selected the text field and dragged its constraints towards those squares. So the text field is, as you can see, as wide as the distance between those squares. And then I'm moving the capital letter towards the 24 square up top. Now I can put back the two squares that I used and then remove the third one. We want our cards and the labels above them to still be left aligned. So because we have center aligned here, we need a bigger distance between those cards and the rest of the center aligned text. So I'm gonna use a 48 square here. Now while holding shift, you can click and move that square horizontally. So it's gonna stay in the right place, and then we can align the first capital letter of the favorite stores. Okay, now let's place the square back again. I noticed that the username is not really in the center of the screen, so I'm gonna select it and use the auto alignment technique to align it to the center. Then, just to be sure, I'm gonna do the same with the badges and the description text, and the photo as well. Now, if this is going to be a profile of somebody else, like your friend in the app, you can leave the heart icon. But since this is gonna be my own profile, I'm gonna replace this with a pencil icon. So I removed the heart icon and I clicked back into that invisible background behind it and brought back some opacity. Now let's jump into our icon set and select the pencil icon, copy it, then go back to that screen and paste it. And then just move it to the center of that square. And of course we need to change the color of the icon, so I'm gonna use the color picker and I'm gonna pick the color of the icon next to it. Now we can select the square in the background and decrease that opacity down to 0 again. I'm gonna select the invisible background square and our new icon, and I'm gonna group them together. And I'm gonna rename that new group to icon edit. And you can drag it a little bit higher on the layer list. If you like your layouts to be symmetrical, you can drag the group with the pencil to the left side of the screen. Just make sure to drag in a 32 square first, drag it to the left edge of the screen, and then move the icon in a way where the icon itself will be touching that square, just like this. This simply aligns our icons optically to the left and right margin of all the other content on the screen. So this is yet another alternative for the profile screen, but let's create something a little bit more high fidelity. So I'm just gonna duplicate this entire screen, and I'll start by changing the color of both the icons on the top to white. I already found the photo that I want to use in the header, so I'm just gonna paste it from the external site. And I'm gonna drag it and reposition it a little bit, and make sure that it's just above the rectangle that we have in the background on the layer list, and then use this as a mask. If you prefer, you can turn the previously added fill to all of your photos, so it's gonna be a little bit more vibrant. But if you like how that fill works with the rest of the colors on the screen, you can just leave it. And as you can see by the top of the photo, my header is a little bit too low, so I'm just gonna move it 1 point up. And also what you can do is to decrease the opacity of just the photo, and because it has the green background below, you can actually merge it with that background. What I'm also gonna do here is I'm gonna paste a different photo of myself because I think it's gonna be a little bit more fitting for this project. So this is of course completely optional, but I'm just gonna replace it just to show that you can modify any element that you wish if you believe that it doesn't fit the rest of the layout. So you can start changing as you go. Okay, let's move that background to 1 point up so it fixes that little gap on the top that we have here. And of course in real products you don't always have the control of what photos that people will choose. But we're talking about a portfolio project here. So whatever we can to have the biggest impact on recruiters or other people looking at it, we should do it. Here we simply have full control. So very quickly I'm just gonna replace the photo on that very first profile screen as well. If you plan to use a photo in the header of your profile, you can make this photo a little bit more transparent. That way it will blend better with the background color that we have below. And of course the background color is just a fill color on the mask, so you can select the mask, just the mask, on the layer list, and then using the color picker you can modify the color of the mask to, let's say, the secondary color or the darker desaturated color. But I'm gonna go with the initial accent color that I had in that mask, so it's gonna blend in with the photo a little bit better and make this header a lot more vibrant. Just another small tweak to the opacity of the photo until I find an option that I really like. And yes, this is it. Today we created a couple of different types of detail screens. They are often the last point of the user journey. They can lead to a purchase or some other action in the product. Using the templates that we have just created, you can mix and match some ideas, add some more additional options, just remember to use the alignment techniques that we already know. And you can of course also create additional screens for the app, like a store screen. At the end of your work, remember to go through the screens again and measure everything. Precision is the most important part of these kinds of designs. Hi! Today let's create a map view. I'm gonna start by duplicating a tab bar screen, the one with the bottom navigation. And as usual, let's click into the screen name and I'm gonna change this one to map. Now I'm going to select the section title, copy it, paste it, move it closer to the map view, and I'm gonna rename it to map views. Cause obviously we're gonna be making more than just one. Okay, let's zoom into the screen and let's start editing. We're gonna start by removing a couple of things from this screen. In the tab bar screen, most of the content was just in one group. So now I'm gonna unlock that group and just one by one, I'm gonna select a couple of things. First, let's remove the title. And then let's remove just one by one those tiles with categories. So holding Shift, I'm just gonna select all of them and remove. And of course you can also remove them by clicking on the layer list. Now, because this is going to be a map screen, we need the tab bar to indicate that. So I'm gonna zoom into the tab bar and just click on that little selector rectangle that we've created. Now, on the layer list, I'm gonna open the group that has the map in it and I'm gonna drag it under our pin icon. That way the icon is going to be visible. Now click on the background rectangle, the invisible one, and let's bring back some opacity. Now holding Shift, select both that rectangle and our selector and use the auto alignment to align them completely. Then I'm gonna change the color of the font to green as well. And of course the background rectangle is not necessary anymore, so you can decrease the opacity. And now since we're editing this screen, I'm gonna drag all the helper squares next to it. It's gonna make it a lot easier. Now let's select the label for the tab that is not active on this screen, and using the color picker I'm gonna change the color to the one of the other inactive tabs. And then let's select that icon and using the color picker, let's pick our desaturated accent color for it. Okay, this is starting to look good, but in our tab bar we had the selected icon white, so I'm gonna modify the outline color of that icon and change it to white. Now click into the top group and select just the group inside that has the search field in it. Now let's move this entire field a little bit higher, but we will properly align it in a minute. Now let's turn on the OS helpers group that we've created with our first screen. I'm going to drag the OS helpers group a little bit lower on the layer list. We want it to be as far back as possible, but we still want the top part of the OS helpers visible. Now I'm gonna draw a rectangle on the top of the screen. It's gonna be as wide as the entire screen, and I'm gonna move it down on the layer list until the search box, the title and the icons are above it. Now there is a couple of possible ways of doing it. For example, you can drag in a 32 square, align it to the baseline of the title and then move that search box to touch that square on the bottom. Now I'm gonna move the square to the bottom of the search bar and I'm gonna decrease the size of the rectangle in the background, and we can turn the border off as well. So I'm just gonna select it and drag the height until it reaches that square. So this is one way. And it works okay, but sometimes we need a little bit more vertical space on our screens, so for this screen I'm gonna use the 24 square instead. So I'm gonna place it at the baseline of our font, move the search field up, then place it at the bottom of the search field and decrease the height of our background rectangle. And then I'm gonna move the square back, and of course you can also select all the squares and use auto alignment to make them look more aligned, but we're gonna be moving them quite a lot, so it doesn't really matter. Because this is a map view, I'm gonna change the placeholder text in the search box to say find a place. Now we need a map, and I'm gonna paste in a map from an external source, and this is of course just a screenshot of the map. You can use a plugin for this, or you can make a screenshot of any mapping service that you'd like. In the course materials PDF, I also attached a way for you to get a map just like this one, but for the location you want. Okay, let's click on the map and let's drag it to the canvas. The first thing that we have to do is to rename that layer to something like map image, because that's gonna make it a lot easier to find it later. Now let's drag that layer a little bit down the layer list, just above the OS helpers. So both the bottom and the top navigation should be on top of the map. Now I'm gonna select the top navigation background and I'm gonna change the color to white. To make the bottom edge of the top navigation rectangle stand out a little bit more, we can add a border to it. Just make sure that the border is set to outside, because other options will actually add a border not just to the bottom edge but to all of the other edges, and we just want it at the bottom. And then using the color picker you can pick the border color of the form field. And that could work. This is a pretty minimal approach that can work for most apps. But we want to do something a little bit different here. So let's turn that border off. Now let's go to the alternative detail screen that we've created previously, and I'm gonna grab that gradient that fades down into full transparency from the top. I'm gonna copy it, click on the map and then paste it. And as you can see, you can move it around under that navbar, but dark and strong shadows like this look really bad. So we want it to actually be hidden under that navbar as much as possible. And while we're at it, to make things clear on the layer list, I'm gonna rename that navbar rectangle to navbar and then that shadow to shadow. That's gonna make it a lot easier to understand which element is which on the layer list. And then I'm gonna move the shadow even higher up. Because we want it very subtle, we don't really want a strong shadow, we just want to show a little bit of depth. Okay, time for some pins on the map to mark some of the locations. So I'm gonna go to our icons file and I'm gonna select the pin icon. Then let's copy it and paste it onto the canvas. Let's start with selecting the icon and increasing the size. Make sure that the lock is selected and then enter something like 24. But of course an outline icon is not really gonna work for the map. So I'm gonna turn the borders off and I'm gonna turn the fill on. And I'm gonna select the fill color and pick our desaturated accent color here. So now let's create a couple more pins on the map. I'm gonna move the first one into place and then I'm gonna copy it, paste it and place it somewhere else. For a portfolio project, avoid placing too many pins on the map. It's gonna look too condensed and pretty ugly. But you can place those pins in a way that's pretty distributed along the map, so don't place them all in the same place either. If your map is very colorful, you can add one more thing to it to make it fit the layout better. So I'm just gonna add a fill to our map image and I'm gonna select our main color here. And then I'm going to decrease the opacity or the alpha to 5%, so it's just gonna be barely visible. But that green adds a little bit of that color to the map. Of course, in my case, the map is pretty gray and pretty neutral, so it looks good either way. But let's keep it for now, I may decide to turn it off later. Okay, our first simple map screen is done. Let's select that screen and let's copy and paste it. And the second screen is gonna show one of the pins already selected, so I'm gonna rename it to say map selected. Okay, select one of the pins, just one, and using the color picker, let's change the fill color to our main accent color. But this is not going to be enough as some people may not notice the color difference, so we also need to make this bigger. You can try the height of 32, but I'm gonna go with 48. I want the user to clearly see which one is selected, and even if you zoom out you can see it very well. Just try not to make your pins larger than 48 because they can look pretty grotesque. Now let's create another rectangle near the bottom of the screen. This is going to be a little pull-out card from the bottom of the screen that will show the selected pin with more information. And we want it to actually cover the tab bar, so make sure that it's at the very top of the layer list. In some cases we can give the map a little bit more context, so we can move that rectangle a little bit lower and then select all the map and the pins together and then move them up. If you're going to do this, just remember to move the pins along with the map and not separately, because we want them in the same places on the map as on the first screen. Okay, let's bring the rectangle higher, disable the border and change the fill color to white. Okay, now let's scroll back to one of the profile screens with the stores, and let's select the photo of the store, and you can select the subtitle of it as well. Then let's copy that photo, go back to our map screen and paste it. Okay, now let's move it onto the card and let's delete the text under the photo. It's not gonna be necessary here. We just want the photo of the place. Now let's go back to one of our product detail pages and let's select and copy the title of the screen, in that case the product name. Then let's zoom in, paste it and move it next to the photo. Of course near the top of the photo, and we're gonna type in the name of the store here. Okay, let's drag a 32 square onto the canvas and let's do some aligning. So I'm first gonna position it along the left edge of the screen and then I'm gonna move the photo to touch the square. And then I'm gonna do the same thing on top of the card. Okay, this is looking good. Because I want a little bit more space for the information next to the photo, I'm gonna make the photo smaller. So I'm gonna type in 100 by 100. And if you have the lock engaged, you just need to enter one value. Now let's drag in a 24 square and place it on the right side of the photo. And let's align this text to that square. I'm gonna also tell you why we used 32 on the sides of the screen and why we used 24 inside on an example later in this video. So of course move that 32 square back to the top and make sure the font is aligned, and then move it back to the right side and align the text box for the font. And it doesn't matter the text doesn't change here. because our goal here is not to modify the text, but to modify the text box, so if we have a longer text in one line, it's gonna still fit and have that 32 margin on right side. As you've seen, I also decreased the line height for that text, but this is completely optional, you don't have to do that. Okay, let's go back to the product details screen and copy the 2 days ago text and then go back to this screen and paste it. But before we do this, I want to decrease the size of that font. You can try and go with 16, but that's a little bit too small. So I'm gonna go with 20 instead. This is still something you can divide by 4, which is gonna work for this grid, but also it's small enough not to be overwhelming and big enough so you can easily identify it as a title. I'm gonna align it on the top to the 32 square, and in here let's modify the text field to the opening hours. So I'm gonna just type in open today from 8 AM till 6 PM. And now let's move this text a little bit higher, but we'll align it later. For now, let's copy and paste it, and let's make an address part for it. So I'm just gonna type in the street name, an area code, the city, and the country. And the address can get pretty long, so we need to assume right away that it's gonna be in 2 lines. Now let's move the 24 square to the baseline of the store name, and then let's align the smaller text to it. So I'm just gonna move it down until it touches the square. Now, because the 2 smaller texts are one group, the distance between them has to be smaller than the distance from the title to that smaller text. So I'm gonna grab in a 16 square, place it at the baseline of one of those texts and align the second one to it. Okay, now let's bring those squares back in their place. We can try one more thing here. And if you like it, you can apply it to other content like this. So I'm just gonna select both those smaller text, increase the lightness by 20, so to 60, and then I'm gonna go with saturation and decrease it by 10. That way we'll have a little bit more gray in that text and it's gonna look better with the title. Now we also want to show the user what happens when they tap on this card, that it's gonna scroll up and take the entire screen. So I'm gonna go into our icon file and I'm gonna copy one chevron. Now let's go back into our main file and let's paste it. We want the icon to face up, not left, so I'm gonna go into the rotation and I'm gonna type 90 degrees and place it at the bottom of our screen. This is gonna look pretty good. And make sure the icon is in the center of the screen, so while having the icon selected, just click Auto Align. And then select the icon and change the color to our desaturated accent color. All of our icons should be consistent that way. Okay, let's take our OS helpers group, drag it higher on the layer list and turn it on. And we want that little arrow about 4 points away from that safe area. Now let's zoom out and let's grab a 48 square and move it onto the canvas. And let's align it to the top of that safe area at the bottom of the OS helpers. So like this. Now select both the photo and all the text and move it down. We want a little bit more space at the bottom of the screen because of how iPhones handle going back to the home screen. Let's drag a 32 square back onto the canvas and I'm gonna place it at the top of the photo and I'm gonna resize our card to actually match that square. So one more point down and it's perfect. Now let's place those squares back and we can turn the OS helpers off. Because the card is also above the map, we should add some depth to it too. And of course you can add a drop shadow, but for simple designs like this, it's actually easier to do it with a gradient. So I'm just gonna duplicate the gradient from the top and I'm gonna rotate it 180 degrees. And now I'm just gonna place it below the card. We want this gradient to be subtle too, so either push it even lower behind the card, or you can just decrease the opacity of the entire gradient shape. Okay, now let's zoom in a little bit and let's talk about those description texts, because we can leave them like this, it's perfectly fine. But we also can add some icons to them, so for now let's move them a little bit more to the right. Now let's scroll a little bit to the left and let's find a pin icon that's both an outline and also has the color of the desaturated accent. So I'm gonna copy it from the tab bar and then I'm gonna zoom in back to our screen and I'm gonna paste it. And of course let's move it closer to the address. We will do the alignment later. For now let's go to the details screen and let's grab the clock icon. Make sure that you have the entire group selected, then just copy it and then let's go back to our screen and paste it. If you want it to paste closer to that text, you can zoom in. So yeah, pasting it now and then I'm gonna move it next to the text. And of course we also want it to be vertically aligned with the pin icon below. Now because the text uses a 24 square between the title and the smaller text, we can use a 16 square for alignment between the icon and the smaller text. That will still give this proper structure. And now we can align both of those text fields to the square. If your icons are different in width, then you best align it to the wider icon, so in our case the clock icon. Now let's zoom out, put that square back and bring in a 24 square. And let's position it on the right side of the photo, and then let's select both the icons and the text because they are already aligned to each other, and then move it to the left until the wider icon touches that square. If there is a fraction of a pixel difference, that's okay. Now let's put the 24 square back. If you want that group to be a little bit more tight, you can grab an 8-point square, place it on the right side of the wider icon, and then move both the text to it. Now put that square back and let's talk about the rule of proximity. This is gonna be helpful for you to understand how grouping works in general in design. So I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna create a new rectangle on the very top of the layer list. Just like this. Now let's turn the border off and let's change the fill color to red. Then decrease the opacity of that fill so you can still see all of the elements through that. This is one group, the card. Now I'm gonna be duplicating those rectangles and creating other groups within that group. So as you can see, there is one group with all the content in the card. Then let's make a group out of the photo. And we can change the opacity so you can see it better. The entire text block on the right is also a group, but the title itself within that block is a group too. Then there is another group just below that has both those text fields and the icons within it. I'm gonna duplicate it again, play around with the opacity and make it even a little bit darker so you can still see, because that last group also has two subgroups in it for each line of the content. So the icon and that first line of text is one group within that first group, and the icon and the second text, the address, is another group. And the idea behind the rule of proximity and good layout and good alignment is that all of those groups need to have smaller or larger distances between them. So the smaller the distance, the more we perceive something as a group. The larger the distance, the more we look at it as a whole. And this rule is practically the most important one to remember. And because this is a map view, let's click into the title of the screen and I'm gonna change the text to places nearby. And then I'm gonna modify it on the other screen as well. Now let's add an icon that's gonna make it possible to identify your location on the map. So it's gonna show where you are on the map. And I'm gonna go into the icon file and I'm gonna pick this compass here. Now let's copy the icon and then paste it onto the project. This functionality is very strongly connected to the map, so it should be on the map. It shouldn't be on the navbar on the top. So I'm gonna place it on the bottom right corner of the map and I'm gonna create a rectangle background for it. So I'm just gonna draw a 48 by 48 square. Then I'm gonna change the corner radius to 8, disable the borders, and I'm gonna change the fill color to white. Now on the layer list, move the icon on top of that square. So just move it above. And then place the icon exactly in the center of the square. Make sure that it's aligned optically well so you can use the red squares for this as well. Now select all the individual icon shapes and let's change the border color to our desaturated accent color. I'm just gonna use the color picker and pick it off the pin. Now select both the icon and the square in the background and group them together, and I'm gonna rename that group to Find Me. Our main screen margin for this project is 32, but for this particular item I'm gonna use 24. This is because we want as much of the map as possible to still be visible, so I'm just gonna drag two 24 squares, place one on the right side and one on the top of the card and align this new square to it. And now I'm gonna move the 24 square to the first screen. I'm gonna place it just above the tab bar and I'm gonna move that square to it. Because it's already well aligned on the right side, so now it's time to just put the 24 square back. I'm gonna go with the standard view for the map. It was pretty neutral in the first place, so I'm gonna select the map and turn off the fills. But if your map is more colorful, you might have to leave those fills on. Now let's create the view with the full store details. For that, I'm gonna go to the product detail alternative and I'm gonna duplicate it or copy and paste it into our map views. Now let's modify this a little bit. So the first thing to do is of course replace the photo of the bread with the photo of the store. So on the previous screen I'm gonna go into the masked photo of the store, copy it, and then I'm gonna click into this mask and then paste it. And then of course I need to resize it to fit and modify the position a little bit as well. Now of course let's also change the screen title from product to store. We can keep both the shopping bag icon and the heart icon because you can add a store to your favorites. You can't really buy the store, at least not in an app, so let's remove the price. And let's add in the name of the store in the title of that screen. So I'm gonna change it to Green Living Store in my case, but of course in your app it has to be the store that you have that matches your theme. This text field is 32 points from the left side, but of course it needs to also be 32 points from the right. So I'm gonna drag in a 32 square, position it exactly on the right side of the screen, and then I'm gonna make the text field touch that square. This allows us to know where the text should wrap into another line for longer names. Okay, let's put that square back now. And as you probably noticed, I like my things organized, so sometimes I will select all those squares and then auto-align them together. Before we start making additional changes, let's make some space in the layout. So I'm gonna select the similar products and the cards and move them outside. Now let's click into our Add to Back button, and I want to remove the icon, but just the icon, let's leave the text. And I'm going to modify the text on the button to say Browse the products, because this is gonna get us to the categories screen. And of course resize that text field as well, so it needs to be large enough so the text fits on the button, and then center the text in the field, and if the button is already centered you can just center the text itself on the entire screen. And then I'm gonna change the color of this button because our yellow buttons are only for checkout. So this has to be a different color, and I'm gonna pick the main accent color here. Now because this was all grouped before, I'm gonna click into the title or the name of the store and I'm gonna drag it out of the group. And then I'm gonna rename that group to Store Info, the group with all the remaining content. Now in our main content section, select everything but the store name, so the description, the rating, the last purchase and the button. Select them together and let's move them down a little bit. If you're having trouble with selecting them individually or together, you can ungroup all of those groups and then create a new group with just that content inside. Now I'm gonna move all of it down to make some space, and then I'm gonna select both the opening hours and the address and of course the icons as well. Then I'm gonna copy them, get to this screen and paste them and then position them just under the store name. Now let's grab a 32 square and start some alignments. So I'm just gonna grab it, and first I'm gonna check how far is the store name from the photo. And in my case it's on the right distance. So now let's move it to the baseline of that store name, and we have to move the group with the opening hours and the address down. And I'm going to align it to the top of the icon, but of course you can always align it to the top of the text, so the capital letter O in this case. And if you don't like this spacing, you can bring in a 24 square to the bottom to group these things together more, and then align it this way. And I'm gonna go with 24 because this will give more of an impression that all of that store data is actually one group. So now I'm gonna put it at the baseline of the bottom of the address and align it to the description text. And once again, align it to the capital letter. Okay, now it's time to get creative. So I'm gonna type in a description of the store that makes sense. And obviously I'm just gonna make it up completely. And you don't have to be a professional writer to write something that matches the store or the idea or the theme of your app. So it doesn't have to be perfect writing. It just has to make sense in the context of the product that you're building. And please avoid lorem ipsum and avoid any kind of dummy text that doesn't fit the content. When adding descriptions, avoid writing too little or too much. 1 line is too little. 5 or 6 lines is a bit too much. The sweet spot is around 3 or 4 lines. Okay, now let's grab the 24 square and position it at the baseline of our text. And let's just move all of those ratings and purchases in as well, because this can still fit the store. It makes sense here. And as you've noticed, we positioned everything within that description group at 24 points vertically. But the button is not really a part of that group. It's another group because it's a completely different action. It's not a description, it's a button that takes you to the product. So I'm gonna use the 32 square and align it to the bottom of the icons. And as you can see, my button is in the right spot. It's a little bit further apart from the text than the text fields are from themselves. Okay, in the group of products outside, I'm gonna change the title to Popular Products, and then I'm gonna select all of it and then move it down under the button. First, of course, let's check the alignment from the left edge. So I'm gonna drag a 32 square and position it along the left edge of the screen. And then I'm gonna select my groups again, all of them together, because I don't want to mess up the alignment between them, and I'm gonna align it to that square. Okay, now let's take the 32 square back and let's drag a 48 square in. And I'm gonna use 48 here because the popular products are an even farther away grouped conceptually than the button, so it shouldn't really belong to that group. It should be clear that they are a completely separate section that's independent of the button. Okay, now we have the structure in, but we need to also make sense of the structure and hierarchy using the colors of the fonts, because right now they're a little bit too different. So I'm gonna go into the description color and I'm gonna decrease the lightness a little bit, about 20 points down. And then I'm gonna decrease the saturation from 15 to 10. That's gonna make it a little bit darker and easier to read. And of course we now need some consistency. So I'm gonna select both the opening hours and the address and the labels for your rating and the last purchase, and I'm gonna modify it to those same values. So 10 on saturation and 60 on lightness. You can of course use different values here, whatever you prefer, just keep them consistent. Okay, let's zoom out and make one more alternative screen here. If you're going for a more colorful vibe in your app, let's duplicate that very first map screenshot and let's modify the color of the top navigation background. So I'm just gonna click into the top navigation, just select the background and the fill color. And using the color picker, I'm gonna pick our main accent color here. But there is a couple of things that you need to remember. If you have a text field on a background like this and it has a very light border, it doesn't quite work. It's best to just turn the border off. And I'm gonna change the color of the outlines of the icons to white. So I'm just gonna select each icon and change the border color to white. And of course we need to also change the text on the top of the navbar to white. And here we are, a very simple map view. Of course you can do a lot more with this, but using these techniques that you learned today, you should be able to explore on your own further. Hi, today we're gonna be making some pop-ups, modals, overlays and toasts. Whatever you call them, let's just start by duplicating one of the screens and then duplicating the screen title. And I'm gonna rename the group to Modals, Pop-ups, Toasts. You can read more about them, including the definitions and examples, in the reading materials attached to the course. And we're gonna create a small pop-up that's gonna be a confirmation of where you add the product to cart. I'm gonna create a new rectangle and it's gonna be as big as the entire screen. And we're gonna turn the borders off and let's change the color to black for now, because this is a common option. Then in the opacity you can type in a lower number like 70% and you will have the standard dark overlay for most pop-ups. Now because we already have a couple of the components that we're gonna need for this, let's scroll back to the product detail page that we already created, the one with the card, and then let's select the entire card. Then of course copy it, move back to our screen and let's paste it on top. And this generally is a pretty good pop-up. But of course we need to modify the content a little bit. So first thing that I'm gonna do is to remove the rating and the last purchase box. This pop-up is gonna be just a confirmation for our selection before, so we're not gonna need some of the content here. I'm gonna change the text on the button to say checkout. On this screen, we're gonna need two buttons, so I'm gonna move the checkout text and the icon to the right. And of course, to make it easier for us, once again, grab all the helper squares that you created before and just drag them closer to the current screen. To create two completely even buttons, we can try to use math, but we can also use just a simple 16-point square. So I'm just gonna place one square on the right side of the window, the other one on the left, and then I'm gonna center the third square. Because if you center it using the auto alignment and if the pop-up itself is centered, then it's gonna be in the center. And then simply decrease the size of the button to fit between the two squares on the right. And the space on the left between the two squares on the left is gonna be enough space for another button. And that way both buttons will be the exact same size. So we can just copy this button, paste it and move it to the left. And of course this button is not gonna need an icon, so click into the icon and remove it. I want the app to be friendly, so I'm gonna change the text on this button to shop some more instead of something like close or back. Because this text is pretty long, make sure to stretch out the text field as well. And position it in the center of the button, and always be sure that at least one capital W of that same font can fit on every side. And I'm gonna use the color picker to change the color of this button to green. And we can use the desaturated green as well here. The idea is that this button is secondary, so it shouldn't be really as prominent. And in this case, it's not that clear, right? So many of these colors that we have right now don't really work for a completely secondary element, but we're gonna look into this in a second. For now, let's change the description text to something like "This item has been added to your shopping bag." When making a consumer-facing app like this one, it's really good to be very friendly, so try to make your descriptions a little bit longer and a little bit more helpful. Because our text here is pretty short, we can center all the items on the pop-up. If you're having a pop-up with a longer text, like 4 or 5 or more lines of text, then always keep them left aligned. It's just gonna be more readable that way. But we can also center the price and center the title here. One option to align the buttons to the text is to grab a 32 square and position it at the baseline of the last line of our description text. Then just grab both the buttons and move them up to touch that square. And you can remove two of those helper squares and just place one of them on the bottom of the buttons. Now let's remove that helper square from the bottom, and I'm gonna click into the card and just select the background, and I'm gonna decrease the height of it until that touches the square. Because that card has a border, I'm gonna actually align it to the bottom of the border, so I'm just gonna increase the size of the card a tiny bit, just by 1 point in every direction. It works okay both ways, so you can either have it touch the border or be over the border, but I prefer to keep it consistent with the other elements like this. If your border is a lot darker, however, be sure to always align to the border, not over it. With a light border like this, it doesn't really matter which one you choose. Okay, let's put the squares back and let's go back to editing. We have the entire structure of this pop-up done already, but we also need to modify that secondary button. It needs to be less prominent and less visible, so I'm gonna change the text to our secondary desaturated accent color, and then selecting the background rectangle, I'm gonna decrease the opacity to between 20 and 30 points. And this is going to make this button a little bit less visible, a little bit more prominent, and a lot more secondary. And this is exactly what we want. The checkout is the more important button here, and it needs to be that way. Now select all the contents of the pop-up, and you can group them if you need to, and you can use the auto alignment to align it horizontally and vertically in the exact center of the screen, like this. This is going to make the pop-ups a lot easier to read and use. Now I'm gonna rename that screen to cart pop-up, and let's duplicate it and make another version of it. So simply select the screen, copy it, and paste it next to it. This is going to be a very small change, so the only thing that we want to change here is to click into that overlay, and instead of black, let's pick the desaturated accent color. And then you can decrease the opacity of that color to 50, 60 or 70%. And if it's too light, you can decrease the lightness to 30 or 20. Whatever fits, but the idea is to have a darker color that also has a little bit of that shade of our primary color in it. That can make the app look more consistent. For your project, just pick the option that you prefer. It doesn't matter, and for now we're not gonna be adding shadows to the cards, but of course this is gonna be a logical next step to show depth. In this part of the course, we're gonna keep the app almost completely flat. Of course, there are some exceptions like the map view, but most of the other places, let's just keep it flat to first figure out the structure, layout, and hierarchy. And we will do proper shadows and other effects in the second course that's gonna come after this one. Okay, let's copy that product screen one more time, paste it, and let's make another kind of pop-up. This time, we're gonna make a smaller pop-up that will only cover a part of the screen. So first let's select that gradient overlay that fades back into full transparency, and then let's move it to the top of the layer list, but to the bottom of the entire screen, and then let's just simply rotate it 180 degrees. That way we'll have a space at the bottom of the screen for the pop-up to be still visible and not clash with any of the objects underneath. Okay, let's paste in the entire pop-up from the screen that we've done before. If you grouped it together, it's gonna be very easy for you. But for this pop-up, let's remove a couple of things. I'm gonna start by removing the description, but also I'm gonna remove the photo. This is going to be a smaller text-based pop-up. So move the remaining content down a little bit and then decrease the height of the card in the background of the pop-up. Smaller pop-ups like this are best to be kept left aligned. So I'm just gonna grab the title and the price and move it to the side. And then I'm gonna decrease the height of the pop-up. And we can keep both the same buttons, or you can remove the shop some more button and just add an X to close this. That way you can have just the checkout button at the bottom. But this is completely optional. In a case like this, when the price is still visible on the top, you can remove the background from the price tag and simply add some description here, like product has been added to your shopping bag. Of course, if the text falls like in my case, simply stretch the text field. And stretch it to the bottom as well. Now place it closer to the buttons and we will align it using the squares in a second. As I said before, these pop-ups near the bottom, the smaller ones, can be left aligned as well, but I will align mine to the center after all, just to see how it looks like. And of course this is a little bit too tight, so I'm just gonna grab a couple of squares. First of all, a 16 square to find the distance from the top of the button to the baseline of our description text. And as usual, we're gonna move it to match. Now let's place the same distance from the title. And then from the top of the capital letter from the title, let's just increase the background. And just like before, I'm gonna align it in a way that the border is still visible. And this pop-up could work, but it doesn't have the proper hierarchy. So I'm just gonna fix it a little bit. I'm gonna grab both the 24 and the 16 square in, and let's do some changes here. So first of all, I'm gonna position the 24 square over the buttons, and I'm gonna move the group with the text up. Now we still want that 16 points from the capital letter on the top, so let's just stretch the background again. You can experiment with different spacing within the pop-ups, but just remember about the rule of proximity. So the closer things are, the more they are perceived as a group. Okay, let's put that square back, and once again for a little bit of clarity I'm gonna align my squares again, but this is optional. And now let's zoom in, and I'm gonna duplicate this entire window with that smaller pop-up. And now let's make a version of it where the pop-up is actually the full width of the screen, so I'm just gonna resize that window. Now I'm just gonna resize the window down, but I'm not gonna move it down because we still need that safe space for the iPhone to return to the home screen. So that safe space on the bottom should always be there. But of course, right now, as we have more space on the bottom, we need a little bit more space on the top as well, just to counterbalance it a little bit. So I'm just gonna resize it a little bit arbitrarily, and I'm gonna move the shadow background as well. And here, just to have a different version of it, let's move all the content to the left side. And I want this popover to be a little bit different. I want to have a photo here. So I'm decreasing the size of the text field with the description, and then I'm gonna grab the photo from one of our other screens and gonna paste it here. Then drag it roughly to the right spot, and then let's click into the photo and make sure that you selected the mask. Now let's decrease the size of the mask alone. So I'm gonna resize it down to roughly make a square. Okay, let's keep it at 64 by 64 for now, but of course the photo is not really visible because it's too big, so I'm just gonna grab the photo within the mask group and then decrease the size of the photo and reposition it so it looks better. Okay, let's start aligning. So I'm gonna grab the 32 by 32 square and drag it onto the canvas. And first, let's align everything to the left side. So I'm gonna grab the photo and move it to the left. Then I'm gonna move that 32 square to the right side of the screen. And then I'm gonna zoom out and grab a 24 square, because we want to have that grouping enabled. So I'm gonna move that 24 square back to the photo, and I'm gonna align the left edge of both my text fields to it. Now when this is aligned well, let's grab each text field's bounding box and let's increase the size of that bounding box to touch the square on the right, just like this. So if we have longer text, this is going to prevent it ever passing the 32 margin on the right. Because we have a simulated shadow under this window, we can turn the border on it off, just like this. Light shadows don't really work well with light borders. They create a fuzzy line and make this shape a little bit harder to discern. Okay, now let's zoom in and let's increase the size of that background. So I'm just gonna select the background and make it higher. First, let's align the text to the top of the photo. Now simply move the title higher so the top of the capital letter is at the top of the photo. And then bring back the description. Now let's drag in a 16 square and place it at the baseline of the title of that little pop-up. So the larger text. And once you paste it, then simply move that main description, the smaller text, to touch that square from the bottom. And if the font is no bigger than 16, you can decrease the line height to around 20. It's still gonna be a little bit more tightly packed, but should look good. Just make sure that the space between the lines for the fonts that you've chosen looks pretty similar to the space that I have here. That should be fine. Now place a 24 square on top of your buttons, just like this. Then select the photo and shift click to select all the text fields as well. So both the text and the description, and just move them up. So we want the 24 to be the distance between the photo and the bottom of the text to the buttons. Then you can place 32 points on top of the photo and shrink that card to fit. Okay, now let's take care of the buttons. They can't really be hanging in the center like this. So what we can do here is that we can leave the space between them at 16 as before and just increase their size in the other direction. And of course remember to center the text on the button, so select both the text and the button background and just click the auto alignment tools. Now I'm gonna move the square to the right side and then increase the size of the button. Then select the group within the button that has the text and the icon and center it within the button. So first select that group and the background and then click center. And now we can place our square back. Okay, now let's duplicate the last screen that we worked on and let's create a negative notification style. So this is gonna be a notification that's gonna tell you that this product is out of stock and you can't really purchase it anymore. So I'm gonna remove the checkout button because it's not gonna be necessary anymore, and I'm gonna remove the description information because we're gonna place it on the badge like this. Okay, let's move this up a little bit, and I'm gonna increase the width of it to almost fill the entire cart with the margin, of course. And if you want to be sure, just zoom out and grab the 32 square and place it on the right side of the screen. That's gonna be helpful if you want to align it properly. And as you can see, I went a little bit too far. Okay, now it's looking good. Okay, now let's change the text inside that badge to product not available. This is gonna be some information. You can also add an icon there if you'd like. We can also center the font here, but make sure that the object, the text field, is in the center of your badge. So just select both of them and use auto alignment. And if it sticks out from the bottom like this, you can decrease the size of the bounding box. Because this object is not a button, it doesn't have to be as tall. You can decrease the height of it. You can enter something like 32, or you can decrease the height to match the bottom of the photo, basically. When changing the height of the rectangle, always make sure that the text is in the vertical and horizontal center. So in this case, I'm just gonna move it up a little bit. Negative actions like that are often colored red. I'm gonna select the background first, and then I'm gonna change the color by just dragging the slider, so not modifying the hue and saturation yet. Then you can decrease or increase the saturation a little bit until you find the color that you like. Just don't make it too colorful or too saturated. Something along the lines of what I created here works. And then do the same thing for the font. Make sure that the font is pretty dark and it's mostly gray, but it has a little bit of that red color in it, and this is good. You can also decrease the saturation or decrease the lightness a little bit, just so that section is not too colorful, because this is simply an additional information. Then you can grab this entire thing, the entire window with all the text and that little badge, and just bring it down. Just make sure that the bottom edge of that badge and the photo is on the same level as the bottom edge of the buttons on the screen next to it. Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to zoom out a little bit, and I'm gonna select a profile screen that we created before. You can pick any of the profile screens that you created. So I'm gonna pick the one with the photo on the top background. Then I'm gonna copy it and then paste it next to our other screens in the models group. On this screen, we're gonna make a pop-up that's a little bit more classic. So it's gonna have two buttons, some description text, and the title. Let's grab one of the overlays from some of the other screens and let's paste it. Now let's copy and paste the pop-up from that very first screen as well. And we need to remove a couple of things here. So first of all, let's remove the price and of course the photo. Okay, let's start by changing the title text to sign out. Now let's replace the description text with another friendly message. On some of the other screens, we already established a nice color for the text, which is at lightness of 60 and saturation of 10. So I'm just gonna modify this description to match that. Okay, now let's bring the description closer to the title. We will do the alignment in a minute, but for now let's modify the buttons. So I'm just gonna click into the checkout button and let's start by removing the icon. Now I'm gonna modify the label to say sign out, because it always needs to confirm the main action of that screen. We can leave the label for the other button, it actually makes sense, but we can't really have the main button to be yellow. Throughout this project we only used yellow for checkout, so we need to use green for all the other buttons and actions, and since this is the main action, the primary action on this screen, I'm gonna use our primary accent color for it. Let's add another pattern that's very typical to pop-ups, an X to close the pop-up. So I'm gonna go into our icon pack and select the X. Of course you can also do this shape yourself pretty easily. Okay, let's paste it onto the screen and let's move it to the top right corner. This is where most of those X's usually are. I'm gonna select the title and center it, and then I'm gonna move it up a little bit and the description as well. Now you can click into the buttons and move them up too. We will be aligning them in a minute, but for now let's just have all of them closer to the top of the screen. And you can decrease the size of the white pop-up rectangle too. Now let's focus on the X, because most people do this wrong. On mobile devices, this X has to be big enough to comfortably touch it and close the window. So I'm gonna create a square that's 48 by 48 and I'm gonna change the color to red. This is going to be our helper square for this X. You can decrease the opacity of that square a little bit so some of the background shows through. This square is gonna be invisible, so it doesn't really matter if it's within the border or on the border. Just make sure that the X is in the center of it. Now you can select both of them and use auto alignment to fit. Then you can group them together and simply name that group close. Now let's talk about the X a little bit more, because most people actually put the X in the very top right corner, so it's very close to the edges, kind of like this. And this doesn't really work because even if there is a more clickable space around it, it still appears to be a very little object to tap with your finger. So it's really best to give people enough white space around the X so it looks like it's easy to tap. Now let's zoom out and bring in some helper squares. Holding Shift, I'm gonna click and select on 16, 24 and 32, then copy them, move back onto our screen and then paste them on top of everything. We're gonna use these three to align everything. Let's start by bringing the 32 square to the bottom of the window and 24 to the top. Now let's align the capital letter to that square. Okay, this is looking good. Now this is gonna be option 1, a little bit more condensed, so let's also move the 24 square to the baseline of the title font, then while holding Shift drag and move the square to the left, and then simply bring the description up to touch the square. Now we can place 32 square at the baseline of the description and move the buttons up to it. Now drag that 16 square to the bottom of the buttons and then decrease the height of the card to match that square. And as usual, keep the border outside of the square. You can now remove the helper squares. And after you do that, select the rectangle under the X and decrease the opacity down to 0. And we could be fine with that, but let's make another version. So I'm gonna undo a couple times to go back to a slightly larger window. And instead of 24 under the title, I'm gonna use 32 there as well. So let's zoom in and let's drop that description a little bit lower. You can take the 24 square away and bring the 32 into place, and now position the 32 at the baseline of the description font. Now select the buttons and simply move them down a little bit. Now place that 16 square at the bottom of the buttons and then decrease the window behind them to size. So I'm just gonna decrease the height of the window until it touches that square. And because we've done it that way in all the other screens, increase the size of that window so the border is outside the square. Now you can select the helper squares and remove them, and click into the square that's in the background of the X and decrease the opacity down to 0 again. Now this is looking good. Some designers also tried to position the X in the vertical center of the title text, but it doesn't really matter because the X is not in the same group as the title, so having it a little bit higher is okay. Now make sure the entire pop-up content is grouped and then simply center it using auto alignment. And here we are, a nice looking pop-up with 2 buttons and some description text that also is nicely aligned and is pretty readable. And if you're gonna add enough white space around the X to close the window, your users are gonna love you. And that's it for this lesson. We created a couple of different models, pop-ups and toasts, and you can modify them and use them in pretty much any app that you wish. Objects like this are pretty universal, and they will come in handy many times. Hi, we have quite a lot of screens in our app, but we created them as completely separate objects, so now let's connect them through the use of navigations. So I'm just gonna duplicate one of the titles and I'm gonna rename it to main tabs. And then I'm gonna duplicate a couple of screens that we already have that have the tabbed navigation in them. While making a mobile app for your portfolio, it's actually good to have all the main tabs represented in the project. As you remember, we created 5 tabs and we created 3 screens of these tabs, so 2 of them are gonna be empty. But since these screens are gonna be simple lists, you can simply add it to your app using the knowledge that we already have. So first of all, let's copy the navbar onto the profile screen and then paste it. Now let's find our helper squares and let's drag them closer to the screen that we're working on. That's gonna make it a lot easier. Okay, once you get them in place, let's zoom in and let's select the leaf icon in my case, but it's just gonna be the second icon in yours. And let's change the fill color to our desaturated accent color. Now we can move that selector to the last icon. But of course we need to move it underneath the icon, so make sure that it's underneath on the layer list. But we're not done here. Select the text for the selected tab and change its color to the main accent color. So I'm just gonna use the color picker here. And let's change the color of that second element of the menu to the desaturated one. So I'm just gonna use the color picker and pick it off the letters of the third element in the menu. Now simply select the icon, the selected icon, and change its color to white. Now here's one little detail that we need to take care of. As you can see, the cards for recently purchased are just below the tab bar. In a case like this, where there's just a couple of pixels showing, it's best to just remove those cards. It's gonna look way better in your portfolio. Obviously, if there is 10 or more pixels showing, you should keep it because that shows the people that they can scroll. Now for clarity, I'm gonna rename those screens to tab 1, tab 2 and tab 5 because profile is the 5th screen on our tab bar. And then I'm gonna move it accordingly and I'm gonna move the helper squares as well. Okay, we need 2 more screens for the tab bar to be full, so let's duplicate the second one first. And once again, select the icon on the selected field, in my case the shops, and then change the border color using the color picker to our secondary desaturated accent color. Of course, if your icons are differently colored, then just make it consistent with your theme. And now we simply repeat the process, so modify the color of the font, then modify the color of the font of the selected tab, and of course move that selector to the appropriate tab. Then modify the icon color as well. Now for consistency, the selected tab label also should be colored, so I'm just gonna pick the color of the tab selector. And we have the third screen done as well. So let's rename that screen to tab 3. Now let's rename the title of the screen to favorites, because this tab is about favorites, and then let's remove the store name, the search box, and the list items. Now both favorites and history are gonna be simple list views, so you should be able to just create those screens for your app if necessary, using the techniques that we've learned on other screens and other list views. So now let's select that tab, duplicate it, and let's repeat this entire process again. So let's move the tab selector to the fourth tab, switch all the colors between the tabs, the labels, and everything. This is just simple repetitive work. Now I'm gonna copy a little bit of text, larger text, and this is not gonna be a part of the design. This is just going to be a description of what should be in a screen about favorites or on a screen about history. And of course, don't forget to modify the screen title for the history tab. We're gonna do one more thing here, because the second tab is actually not a screen with the list of the shops, it's a list of the items or categories within one shop. So we need to modify or actually recreate that screen, and let's quickly do it using the elements that we already have. So I'm gonna unlock all the contents of this screen, and let's start by removing the store name, because this is just going to be a list of stores. The second thing that I want to do is to modify the placeholder text in the search box to find a store. Now on the layer list, select all the list items and the search box at the same time. You can do it holding the shift key, and then simply move them up to a point where that search box is at the same height that the search box on the first screen, the map screen. And of course you can use the red square method for this as well. Because we already have cards for stores in our profile section, we can just remove this entire list view and actually paste in those cards. Or you can use that list view instead of cards and simply paste in the photos and the names of the stores into it. But I'm just gonna go with cards, and I'm gonna only select two, the first two that I have. So I'm just gonna copy them and paste them inside. And the main difference that's gonna be here is that the distance between the cards should be 24, which is the distance of our standard card layout. So just make sure that it's 32 from each side of the screen and 24 between the cards. Now drag in a 32 square, position it right under the search box, and then simply drag both those cards to it. That way we'll have nice alignment for the cards and the search box, and the screen is instantly looking better. I'm gonna stop at these two, but of course for your screens, make sure that most of the screen is actually filled with content. So if you'll be making your second tab, just add more elements to it. You can either add more cards, or you can add like a larger double-sized promotional card. Anything that you find creative, just use the red square method to align them all. As you probably noticed, the screens that have the tab bar don't have a back arrow on the top of the screen. But some of the other screens that have the back arrow but don't have the tab bar. This is because the tab bar is the very highest level of navigation, and all of the other screens should actually just have the back arrow to go back to that highest level. To illustrate this, I copied and pasted a list of categories and then a list of products within the category, and I'm gonna place it right under our Shops tab. Now the flow is this: we start on our second tab, the highest level navigation, and then we click on a shop. We get to the categories of that store or to the store detail page, whatever you want. And then from that categories page, you get into a single category with the products. So this is how the flow works. Only the very top level navigation has the tab bar. Here is a typical iPhone app flow illustrated with a simple diagram. And obviously there are some apps that are breaking this rule. There are some very popular apps that have the tab bar on every possible screen that they have. And that design decision isn't really bad anymore. But if you're just starting out and if these are gonna be your very first flows in an app, it's best to keep to that good safe path. And that safe path only allows for the tab bar to be visible on the top level screens. So basically, you only have 5 screens where the tab bar is visible at all when you have 5 tabs. And once you get more comfortable with your design skills, you'll be experimenting with many different kinds of navigation. Once we have most of the reusable elements in place and the design style is set, it's time for the final review. What we'll be looking for in a review like this is both accessibility and design precision. We already mentioned the rule of proximity and how different but consistent margins can make a project screen easier to understand. Accessibility is a very complex subject with a couple of different paths fighting for attention. Some of them include the accessible for everyone option, and some opt in for a special version for accessibility, while keeping the main design as it was. No matter which path we choose, we need to be sure to consider two main accessibility factors at this stage: contrast and readability. Readability is easy to check. All essential text information should be big enough to comfortably read. That assumes a minimum of 12 points with 10 optionally for tab bar labels and avoiding thin and light fonts altogether. Of course, the larger and thicker the font, the easier it will be to read. But try not to go too far in the other direction. Some apps offer a font enlarging option in their settings. Others use the default system font size setting that can also be modified by the user to fit their needs. Contrast, on the other hand, is something we ourselves need to take care of. The rule is simple. For everything important on your screen, you need to check the figure to background contrast. It works like this. You pick the background color first, then the element color. Then you add it to the contrast checker. For this exercise, I'll use one from WebAIM. But there is a lot of them, and you can even find design tool plugins that allow it right inside the tool. If you get AA, then you're likely fine. If you get below AA, you should consider modifying the saturation and brightness of at least one of the colors. Use the same concept to check how the text label color on buttons relates to the button background itself. Decoration or subtle borders around cards don't need to pass the contrast checker if the structure of the cards is clear and readable on their own. So before you submit your design, make sure to check it thoroughly for both accessibility and precision. If you plan to write a case study on your UI project, you can mention that review with its outcomes as part of your UI research right next to competitive analysis. The last part should be using the red score method, again, on all the screens to make sure nothing had moved accidentally. It happens quite a lot, so it's best to check it. Make sure to check all the screens that you plan to submit for the final course review that way. Good luck! Wow, you got to the very end. Now go put that knowledge into practice at hype4.academy, and remember that this is how some of the best designers I know started. They all started with this particular course, this set of skills, because this is a solid foundation that you can build on with more sophisticated and advanced tools, including AI. Have a beautiful day, and I'm happy to be bringing this to you for free.